maybe a little upset about that warning.
Right, because New York is doing this. Chicago's at least doing this, and they're still getting warned for stalling.
Yeah, just because you're not crashing to the hoops, that's not stalling. That's waiting.
That is like
yes.
You can quote me on that.
Perfect. Yeah, we're analyzing that.
stalling versus waiting. All right, we are back after the technical difficulties. The score is still 135 to 110. Prowl 1 goal away, New York 3 away. Titans will have the ball coming out of this stoppage. Saw a very patient offense from the Titans there.
Yes, they've been warned for stalling a few times now. So we'll see if there's any sense of urgency coming out of this stoppage. But, you know, if they're looking to be patient here. They're looking for those good versus great opportunities, as we discussed before.
And as long as Kennedy Murphy is pressuring John Jackson the way she is with that tenacious defense, Jackson has a lot more leeway to just kind of dance back and forth versus if no one's really in his face.
Yeah,
so I think that's preventing the stall call from being made right now.
So Chicago opting to pressure versus letting John Jackson walk it in and have an opportunity at a longer shot.
Kennedy Murphy's beat. Lindsay Morello is hanging out right next to that hoop. The ball goes back up to her high. She and Jackson are going to run an overlap. It's not really going to create anything, so the ball's going to go back to Jackson. Now back to Morello. Bobbles it, hits her in the head, but she saves it. Now back to Jackson. He's got some space. At some point, John Jackson just has to try to go through Kennedy Murphy, I think.
He's got the advantage, but Kennedy
Kennedy's
does
a great
have
defender.
a great wrap.
But here comes Lindsay with a fake shot into a pass to Leah
good.
Freed, but that shot is no good, but it's saved by New York. So New York got to the look they wanted to there, I think. A decent shot from Leo Freed with a chance to rebound if it missed, which it did.
They get another
Potter
chance
goes
here.
back to Jackson. Jackson goes for the shot. Jessica knocks down. Molly Potter sinks one. No, it's called no good. But Morella has the rebound. It goes to Leo Freed. Freed is ripped down by Riley Andrews, and Justin Cole saves the ball because Lindsay Morella was right there trying to scoop up the loose ball.
That was heading straight into Lindsay Morella's hands.
What a hit from Riley Andrews.
Wow.
I think Riley Andrews in the quad ball game and Noyes Astra in the Seeking game are the decisive factors for Chicago in this series.
Absolutely.
And, of course, those beaters. Not just Matt Brown. Phenomenal play up and down from that Chicago beating core. They are 1 goal away here. They're looking for it. Riley Andrews dancing up top. Control still with the Titans. An exchange of beats. Devin Lee pings one at Riley Andrews, who is called beat. Did not get the clean block. Kennedy Murphy saves it, but John Jackson throws her over the midcourt line. That looked like it hurt.
Oh, we're going to get a call here. We did have, well, no, it does look like Chicago still has dodgeball control. I thought for a moment it had been turned over to Chicago, but we've got Devin Lee on the Chicago hoops with the ball, and Tessa Chico here on the near side of the field with the dodgeball as well.
This is potentially major. If this is a turnover because Murphy was forced over the line. Yep. No call at all on the play.
Okay. Was she not forced over the line, or was it because she was forced over?
I guess since she was driven over the line, it's not a turnover. I was just say, if Jackson has the ball here, he'd have a chance to run in and take a shot. Yes, it is an illegal reset. Okay, so Jackson has the ball. Riley Andrews is there and cannot get beat by Devin Lee because there's the keeper, but Jackson will have a chance to get in here and just try to get through Murphy and then try to go one-on-one with Andrews.
Devin Lee already on defense.
Fakes one way, finds a cutting Molly Potter. She can't handle the pass. It's a little behind her, and she's not able to come up with it. Another missed chance for New York.
This is just such a heartbreaking game for Potter. She's in all the right places. She's doing everything right, and it's just not connecting for her today.
New York has so many plays that they're going to look back on if they're not able to pull this one out as the plays that they want back. They've left goals on the pitch in both games 1 and 2. Another chance for Prowl to end the game. Brown and Oster are the beating pair. Nathan Digman back in the game. We know there's a shot that he likes.
Mercick
Ellis.
Ellis.
Look at her face. John Jackson is screened by Matt Brown.
Yeah.
Mercick Ellis got all the way to the hoop. Is called no good. Pass gets back to Digman. Digman goes back over to Mercick Ellis, met by Morella. Chico streaking out to beat, but Matt Brown is there. Matt Brown beats Chico. Mercick Ellis pulls it back up front. Devin Lee is wrapped by Osra, and now there's no beaters in the play.
No dodgeball situation.
Mercic Ellis is going to have a chance to go 1-1. Morella is beat. Mercic Ellis is dragged down by Jackson, but gets back on his feet. It finishes. The goal is called good. It is over pending the discussion, but a ref has a hand raised to advantage and pointing as if it's against the Prowl.
Chicago waiting to hear the result of this play here. This is the difference between their weekend ending here, the defending MLQ champs weekend ending in the semifinals, versus living to play one more point.
Wow, so Mercic Ellis, John Jackson did just about everything he could, got Mercic Ellis onto the ground, but then lost the grip. Mercic Ellis stands back up and finishes it. The call has, I think, nothing to do with that. I think it's something related to what was going on in the beating game.
I believe so.
It is an illegal wrap on Matt Brown, who's been so big for the Prowl in this series. Called for an illegal wrap, a yellow card. The goal is negated. That'll put control and the quad ball in the hands of the Titans. A huge, huge swing in New York's favor here. Oh, 16. So it is Noyes Osra. Matt Brown couldn't believe it, I think, because he didn't do it. And as a ref, usually when a player is promised saying, I didn't do it, they did it. But in this case, they just got which player was confused. So it's Osra headed to the box.
Osra a little bit more involved in that play than
right. That was the player who was near where the ref with the raised hand was. So that makes sense to us.
Quad ball turns over to New York. The score is 135 to 110.
Matt Brown is going to pick up their one ball and start to run. Devin Lee's going to try to chase Matt Brown down. Fires, hits Brown. Jackson hits Freed. Freed is crushed by Digman. Molly Potter fields it, goes high to Morella. She comes down with it. She's beat. Matt Brown saves the day again for the Prowl.
Incredible defense from the Prowl.
And I think part of the problem here for the Titans is John Jackson and Leo Freed cannot beat the Titans, the Prowl defenders one-on-one, and are trying to do these swing-around passes, and that's giving players like Brown and all the beaters on Prowl time to come back in and make stops. And the inability to win one-on-one is killing them.
If you're noticing time on pitch, too, just a little bit of exhaustion on the faces of Morella, Freed, Potter, Jackson.
This line must be exhausted. Mercic Ellis goes to Digman. Big exchange of beats. Digman dancing. Dodges a beat from Chico. Now with a chance.
Matt Brown with dodgeball control.
Devin Lee. Digman gets all the way through. Freed containing. Goes over.
Ariana Zhang.
Pressured by Morel. Here's Devin Lee. Devin Lee throws it to Murphy. She one hand grabs it. What a save. She goes to Mercic Ellis. Mercic Ellis is beat.
Oh, and they're calling that no good beat before.
That one was
Chicago
a clear beat before, I thought. So New York gets the stop.
Take K in the game now.
No changes in the chaser group, though. We'll see if they can have better luck making something happen this time.
Sun's coming
Defense
out
chance
now.
from the crowd. The crowd is
getting hot.
firmly pro-Chicago now.
I think they're just ready for this game to end.
I think Chicago's ready for it to end, too. New York wants it to last at least 3 more possessions. Ball goes to John Jackson. A screen attempt from Molly Potter. Morella also going to try to screen a hoops defender. Jackson spins around Murphy. Christian Barnes has entered the game. Morella to Jackson. So much compression in this defense. A big screen. Jackson is close, but wrapped up by Digman. Pushes the ball 3 to Molly Potter. Molly Potter dodges the beat. But Mercic Ellis wins the rest of the ball. Mercic Ellis running, dodges one beat. Take K is there. Fakes Morella. Shoots. Deflected by Morella to Murphy. To Digman. Digman tie. Deflected by Leo Freed. The Titans will not quit. Lindsay Morella flexes to the crowd.
Wow. The Titans.
And we finally get that sub we were expecting. John Jackson subs. A mistake made. Shot good from Leo Freed. A mistake made where Ted Walters snuck up on the Titans beaters, but in the chaos, the Titans score. Ing loses their brim trying to wrap up Riley Andrews. 135 to 120. New York just needs 2 now.
Chicago wants to slow down their game here. That last fast break opportunity, I could see it. I could see them wanting it so bad, but they've got to set up their offense here. They've got to find that opportunity, find that hole in the New York defense. We've got a stoppage of play.
So
Leo
something was
Fried
really
loses their
happening in the
headband.
play. Leo Fried is just being given their headband back because Prowl was just kind of passing back and forth to limited effect there. So 135 to 120. Chicago still needs just one goal. They've been on the doorstep for several possessions here, but New York is crawling back into the game. Need to. Molly Potter beat. Andrew shoots. Deflected by Fried. Leo Fried has anticipated this look every time and is now running down the field with only a few to beat. Shoots. Scores. Tie game. Golden goal. Next goal wins for either team.
Next goal wins. Did you expect this?
What a comeback from the Titans.
At the start of the half, this is incredible.
This is a flipping of the script. It looked like it was going the same way as game one. The Titans do not give up. They have stopped right at the hoop Chicago multiple times and got it back to tied. Isaac Cerna-Diaz and Christian Barnes in the game with control for the Titans. Byron Ing, who has pretty fresh legs in at keeper.
And this is truly a case of New York not giving up. Chicago's been playing well this second half. They just haven't been able to close out.
Riley Andrews has it now. Tad Walters makes a big beat. The ball goes to Mercick Ellis. Riley Andrews was beat. A mistake. Jason Byron can run. He wrong foots Mercick Ellis. Gets it over to Leo Fried. A beat misses. Here comes Fried. Fried hits Molly Potter. Molly Potter wins the game.
Wins the game for New York.
Redemption for Molly Potter as long as this goal stands. Byron Ing is down.
New York, a mix of emotions here as they've just won this game, but their keeper Byron Ing on the ground.
That just looks like relief on the faces of the Titans. Then, of course, turning to horror when they see Ing down. The goal is good. Molly Potter with the redemption gets the game-winning goal. The Titans do not quit. They come back from down 3 with the Prowl 1 goal away the entire time. 4-0 run gives Titans the win, and we are going to game 3.
We are going to game 3, and I knew this was going to be a good series. I didn't think it would be this good, Ben. I'm so excited.
We got our first golden goal of the semifinals. Great game. We'll be right back with the analyst desk. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the analyst desk after we thought yesterday's game was series of the game or weekend. This instant classic. New York down close to 3 or 4 goals with Chicago needing 1 to go, and they make the ultimate comeback. This was an absolute star effort from the New York star players. Starts from Leo Fried, and from all the way down, they clawed their way after making stop after stop after stop and finished the goal. Ben, you were on commentary for this. What is your first reaction?
Do you feel like you've seen this before? Because 2 years ago, this is exactly what happened. Chicago took game 1. New York was able to come back and take game 2, setting up a game 3, winner take all. These teams know each other. They've been here before. I don't think they particularly like each other, and it's made for a great series so far. My takeaway from that game, you were calling out the stars, and that was a star performance from Leo Fried, who really put the team on his back to come up with the win at the end there. But who was on the field at beater for New York then was Isaac Cerna-Diaz and Christian Barnes. New York went deep, deep into the depth and was able to still get results. Really impressive from New York. I think that is probably the most back-against-the-wall performance we've ever seen in MLQ in terms of they were 4 goals away and Chicago was 1. They did not give up a single goal. They got stop after stop after stop. It wasn't even they got 4 stops and put up 4 goals. They needed like 8 or 9 stops before they were finally able to get the goals they needed. So just a gutsy win from the Titans. And a really great game where it felt like Chicago was going to do exactly what they did in Game 1. They were down 20 at flag runner. They get the grab. They get the goal. They go up. Titans takes the timeout. But Titans fought back and came all the way back and wins on a golden goal. I think that's one of the most exciting games we've seen at an MLQ championship.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. How you saw it, right? You could see them starting to claw their way in, and you're like, I don't want to get my hopes up. Do it again. I don't want to get my hopes up. And it just kept going to the point where you just felt the momentum. You could see that one possession where Noyes Osler gets carded and Kennedy's head is down because she could see that they're about to get carded even though they just scored. She knew that didn't count. And that's where I think the momentum of this series completely shifted. And now you're giving them hope. And now you're setting up a Game 3 with opposite ends of the excitement, opposite ends of the momentum for New York, where they're coming off of probably one of the most emotional – sorry, I cannot talk right now. What an unbelievable performance. But no, they're coming off of a phenomenal game. But my biggest concern with them was the injury of Byron Ng towards the end of that Game 3, where Byron came in, fresh legs, subbing in for John Jackson, was able to make a lot of great defensive plays in the middle of the game, especially and in the end of the game, to be able to generate those turnovers. But without Byron, who do they go to? Who do they continue to trust out there? And that's the biggest concern. I thought pre-20 minutes, again, Titans were the better team for about 90% of this game. And then the Noyes went out there, caught quickly, and same concept. So we'll have to see how this Game 3 ends up. I don't know if it can live up to what we just saw. But at this point, what does Chicago do? It felt like they were trying to get the looks. It felt like they were starting to press, which is what we were very excited that this team didn't have to do because they had all these ideas. They had all these things. And it just felt like towards the end they were just pressing too hard and got in their own heads a little too much.
My question for Game 3 is which team can fix their big problem so far in the series. New York's big problem, they cannot crack Chicago's half-court defense consistently. Chicago's problem, they give New York too many transition opportunities, which means they don't have to crack that half-court. I think if that game continued on and on and on, eventually Chicago finds the goal they need, but they started giving New York transition chances to run. New York never really figured out the Chicago half-court defense, but they got more chances to run. They started getting turnovers. They started hunting those turnovers, and they started looking for chances to run. Even if there's a Chicago beater still in play, even if there's a couple Chicago chasers still in play, they were really trying to get through and create those transition chances, and that carried them over the line at the end there. Can New York figure out a way through that Chicago defense? Can Chicago figure out what are we going to do for that last goal? Because up until that point, New York's half-court defense is tough too, but Chicago had ideas on how to get around it. They found Justin Cole a lot behind the hoops. They created some no-dodgeball situations that Mercick Ellis was able to capitalize off of. They occasionally found some shots for their players. They had ideas, and just nothing was working at the end there. One thing I think that has to be out of the playbook now is the hammer concept, where you don't realize that Leo Freed just already read it and is already there. Leo Freed must have had 5 or 6 blocks where, yeah, the player on the hoop got beat, but Freed already slid over and blocked the shot. Chicago has to read that better. Maybe look for a pass now that Freed is out of position.
Yeah, and the other thing, this is a personal pet peeve of mine. I cannot stand when teams get a card for illegal pushing at hoops because they try to create the screen, do all these hammer plays, and you're just carding yourself out of a possession, where we saw that right before 20 minutes when it was 8-6. Chicago had some momentum. They could have put up a goal, and they didn't have control, but they could have made a play for control to make it easier during flag runner on pitch, and yet they get carded because they were trying to push someone off the hoops, illegal back contact. Now the possession's dead. New York keeps control, and then you're just trying to risk everything. That sort of concept is very frustrating for me because more often than not, if you're as a smart hoop defender, you're either going to have your back turned to get the call, to get a card, or you're positioning yourself in such a way that as soon as you get contacted, you're just going to lean back and let the hoop come with you. How many times have we seen offensive systems where they try to move the ball well enough, but that hoop goes down, and now everything's just, we don't know what to do because now 1/3 of our offensive chance is just gone. So I really, like you talked about the hammer concept and Leo being able to read it. I also think self-inflicted errors of getting cards doing that or knocking down one of your scoring hoops is crippling a lot of these chances that Chicago's getting. So, yeah, we'll have to see how they go. Again, both teams, for the most part, something else that I appreciated, they did go into depth.
Yes.
Titans less so with that post 20 minutes. Starters did play a decent amount of bit. However, Byron was able to sub in for John, which gave, again, a few extra seconds for John to be able to play in this third game, right? But Chicago was able to cycle through their players to the point where it got to the point where I was literally like, oh, man, I haven't seen Nathan Digman back in this
Right.
game for a hot minute when Diggy came back for that last shift. So now – we were talking about earlier, how does New York respond after a very emotional game one? Now Chicago's in kind of the backseat. They were 1 goal away from winning, blew a 4-goal lead. How do they respond? Do they fold under the pressure, or do they just say, "Hey, this was on us. We should have made this up and continue to move forward"?
Yeah, the thought you have to keep out of your brain is we just let that one get away. Like that was our chance and we blew it. Because Chicago's been competitive all the way through, right? New York was up 2 goals at 20 minutes both times. In game 1, Chicago comes back and wins. In game 2, they come back and almost win and then just can't get the goal they need. They have to be confident that they can do that again. They also need to be confident, like, we're the deeper and fresher team. We've been going through our depth. We're going to be more ready for game 3 than New York. Let's just keep the pressure on them and wear them down. New York did look worn down by the end of the game, but the tightness from Chicago meant New York was able to keep getting stops, even with their players really looking pretty gassed. So I think Chicago needs to keep leaning on the gas, leaning on their depth, and just get a little less tight towards the end of the game. Like, you want to win it here, but you also don't need to do something crazy. You've put up 10 goals already in this game. You just need to get an 11th. Let's just do the same stuff that we've been doing for the last 25 minutes. That's easier said than done. There's a lot of pressure on you in these semifinals. Both of these teams came into the tournament expecting to walk away with the Benepi Cup right here. So there's a lot of pressure on you in those last goal situations. But someone's going to win. It's going to be the team that is calmer and trusts its stuff more.
Yep. You're going to catch all of that and more in just a few minutes. We have the San Antonio Soldados versus Minneapolis Monarchs Game 2 in just a few minutes. And right after that will be the rubber match between Chicago Prowl and New York Titans. Stay tuned.
relentless. Line after line after line of power that they have brought up and electricity that they've brought into game number 1. Minneapolis has been in this situation before and can do it again as they start off with the duo of Goulet and Max Meyer.
San Antonio 1 win away from doing something they've never done before, make an MLQ Finals. Only 4 franchises have. Minneapolis already set a new standard for their franchise by making a semifinal. Now trying to take that next step. They would have to do 2 in a row. Alex Amadal ready to get us started. Meyer running against Avila. Avila wins the race, but immediately eats a beat from Narvison, and then a misbeat by Daniel Williams. Joe Goulet, I think, could have gotten a little closer there. A rare mistake there from the shooter. And Avila just going to throw a bounce pass over to Hayden Boys.
Yeah, just a very rare miss, but didn't get the body behind that shot. Was kind of like a little backhand flick with that shot. Not his best look in terms of a shot attempt, but hoping to get that one back as the game goes on.
Yeah, wind starting to pick up this afternoon here in Buffalo. We had all the rain and other precipitation that Darren forecasted yesterday for us. And now wind is starting to settle in. Avila has the ball, kicks it over to Boys. This line's been so deadly in the offensive side. And just as I say that, Hayden Boys pulls the trigger and gets an early lead for the Soldados.
Yeah, that hoop was just absolutely wide open, and he's going to take that every single day of the week. We saw that at the beginning of last game, and it seems like Minneapolis is running the same mistake there.
Meyer bringing the ball all the way into the back corner here. Meyer's been a hero for this team a number of times this weekend. Marked well here by Boys. Now Myers is going to hit the lane. Goulet was cutting, didn't see the passing option. Myers tries the floater. Actually got Avila jumping a little too early, but it didn't matter. Shot could not go. Couple early missed shots by Minneapolis are costly. Now Avila's running in transition. Goes right through a tackle. Delivers the goal. Relentless play from this first line from San Antonio.
Avila, so electric. Being able to go through the Minneapolis and just absolutely cut through the Minneapolis defense, as we're going to take a stoppage here, possibly for an injury sub for number 15, Schwartz, who has been an absolutely stellar player here from Minneapolis and not something that the bench wants to see.
Yeah. So, we're going to get a sub walking off on their own power. Max Meyer is going to get us started back up here. Dodgeball control, importantly, with Minneapolis. I think there's going to be no other calls on the play. We're getting restarted here. But like I said, Meyer and Goulet had their chances early. Not the quality of shots that Avila and Hayden Boys got, but, definitely tries. Can they get on the board here? Both with the ball on the far side, back up to Meyer. Podolsky looking for some tap beats around the hoops against this hoop D from Houston. Over the top to Goulet. Avila goes flying across, makes the stop.
Avila with the hand on offense and on defense. Avila with that explosion there from the legs, being able to power from that middle hoop to cover the beat attempt.
High press there by Podolsky, but a nice job by Ramirez keeping possession. In the meantime, it is going to be dodgeball control now back to San Antonio. Hayden Boys being patient as the train gets moving in the background here on pitch 1.
I think some of the players thought that was thunder.
Avila in the lane. That one, though, Joe Goulet is going to get a hand on, and it is going to be San Antonio ball on the reset. Dodgeball's exchange. Hayden Boys went for the shot. Does not get it, but Avila's ready to pick up the rebound. This line is cooking for San Antonio.
3 unanswered goals as Max Meyer goes on a fast break trying to get something going.
A lot of quick steps, but Hayden Boys once again has an arm. This time, though, Avila goes high and stuffs Goulet again. Player down. I think David Avila's stat line is something along the lines of 2 goals, an assist, and 2 stops at this point, and we are 3 minutes into the game.
We are 3 minutes into the game. This line has absolutely been cooking, and at the forefront has been David Avila. Absolutely stellar performance so far. So we're just taking some time for a possible injury.
Yeah, just another player injury for Minneapolis. I mean, there are some tired legs on Minneapolis, to say the least, what they've been going through this weekend. But obviously, hitting heights they've never hit before. A successful season all around regardless. They were so close in the de facto North Division Championship against Chicago, a team who was just on the doorstep of the finals. And now, making it all the way semifinals and giving some tough games to a very, very good San Antonio squad is going to be Cecilia Voth, who's going to check out of the game with that injury, also walking off on her own power.
Phoebe Thomas looking like number 46, substituting into the game. Boys with the ball in hand for the Soldados.
After just another crazy defensive stop on the side of San Antonio, and now they're going to get a chance to get back out. Oh, Goulet's also getting a card for that, so from bad to worst here for Minneapolis.
Obviously, not what you want to see from Minneapolis. Soldados starting to really inch that lead forward and really trying to distance themselves from Minneapolis and any sort of comeback that they've been able to come back with Boston.
Izzy Ramirez going to reset that play and then get it over to boys. 3-0 here already from San Antonio, looking to extend. Up against the dodgeball control of Podolsky and Narveson. Ramirez has the ball on the far side now. Over the top to Cat Hay. Podolsky gets out there in plenty of time. Yeah. Cat Hay went for the punch. It was a little late. Not much she could do. The beat got there first. So a stop for Minneapolis. Things starting to trend in the right direction. Now they just need to get something going on offense. Also worth noting that those floated paths are going to start getting a little less effective as this wind does kick up here for the first time really all weekend. Podolsky wins an exchange with Williams and beats Cat Hay off the near hoop, but Meyer was not ready to go anywhere. Hayden Boyce has been a brick wall on defense. Meyer has Thomas as an option. Thomas is considering a screen. Archibald's behind. No rush here from Meyer. Meredith McDowell checking into the game for the first time at beater. Podolsky takes a break. Goulet has served their penalty, so Minneapolis is able to kill the power play. Big hit in the beater game. Nunez hits McDowell, who's off broom. There's going to be a change of control, but Meyer finally able to get one to stick. Minneapolis on the board here. They trail 3-1.
Great timing there between the Minneapolis beaters and Max Meyer going for the shot. Great beater on the side.
Ramirez over the top. Went for the alley-oop. Max Meyer had the answer, but I do think a call might be coming against Minneapolis. But great effort there from Meyer to get a hand on that because that looked like an alley-oop the whole way.
Flying just as high as his intro, I must say. Just absolutely launching himself into that defensive possession to get a hand onto it and get that ball back for Minneapolis as they are only 2 goals behind now.
Might be leading the tournament in minutes played as well at this moment. So, it really speaks to what he can do on a pitch.
Oh, 100%. Max Meyer really showing what is in his tank. He's got a bottomless tank. We've said that he might even have a solar panel on his back. He has just been unstoppable in terms of energy-wise.
Dodgeball control is going to be swung back to Minneapolis. And now Minneapolis is a stop. They have control. Things starting to swing a little bit back after what seemed like such a dominant start from San Antonio. If Minneapolis can get a bucket here, I mean, we're back to a 1-goal game.
And just like that, at the beginning of this game, Minneapolis can bring themselves into it. Max Meyer taking a stop because he sees Daniel Williams coming back with a dodgeball in hand.
Patience here from Meyer. Gets over to Terry Carlson, who's now checked in. 1.5 being run by Cleary. Daniel Williams, as he has all series, goes right around it. But Meyer finds an alley-oop to Joe Goulet, and Minneapolis is back within 1.
Just an absolute massive target at the back there and laying that body slam down.
Avila, though, gets the hat trick, goes right down the field, isn't worried about dodgeballs, isn't worried about chasers, rips a shot on the middle hoop.
And gets that right back, 1-for-1. Minneapolis still 2 behind.
Subs now coming in on both sides. Blackwood and Stewart checking in on San Antonio. Ryan Mejio checking in for the first time along with Ben Zimmett for Minneapolis. Archibald has the ball on the near side. Now it's Carlson in the lane. Checks out of it, goes over to Mejio. Mejio up to Carlson. Daniel Williams eats a beat. Carlson in the lane.
Oh!
Jay Stewart once again getting big and getting out in transition. Only has Mejio to beat. Finds Michael, but Ryan clearly. I think there's going to have to be a conversation about this beat.
Yeah, I think that beat came in night. That was number 97, Ryan Cleary for Minneapolis. Coming in there as like Stewart got tied up on Mejio. Mejio being an all-star on defense, able to stop Jay Stewart and hold him back just a little bit while Blackwood got the ball, but it was just too late as Cleary came in with the beat.
And a great job by our ref crew. Obviously, we're lucky to have such great refs here with us today and getting that one right, even if it just took the extra second of conversation. Jay Stewart now has the ball up top. Almost 7 minutes in here, 4-2. Villalba still not letting that possession die. Nice grab and a finish. Villalba having a wonderful series here for San Antonio.
Villalba has been absolutely stellar this weekend. I believe Villalba was the one who got the kick goal in game 1 of this series.
Mejio over to Carlson. Carlson behind is a bit. Daniel Williams runs out. It's going to be brief, no dodgeballs. No, sorry, I didn't see Nunez who makes that beat. Seems like Mejio didn't see him either. McDowell, though, is able to beat Blackwood when Blackwood's a little sloppy picking it up. Archibald gets over to Carlson. Carlson runs right into Jay Stewart, but Jay Stewart's beat now. Does allow Matt Blackwood to get back in the play, and Carlson just kind of put it behind Mejio, just a little sloppy there from Minneapolis.
Yeah, just right over the shoulder. That's not where you want it. On your back shoulder, having to twist around Mejio. That's a really hard pass, especially at that specific angle. That's hard for Mejio.
8 minutes in here. Jay Stewart slows the ball down, kicks it over to Melina Sosa. Sosa back to Stewart.
Oh.
No harm done as that one's bobbled, and dodgeball control is with San Antonio now. So Villalba again looking for the cut, but Kerry Carlson was over that one. Sorry, that was Sosa who has to check it out. Sosa, though, Carlson gets his revenge, knocks down the pass. A good stop there for Minneapolis.
Carlson, big, huge shout-out to Carlson defensively. Just been absolutely stellar in the physical contact of this game, as well as being able to get the hand there for blocking passes and shots. Been absolutely stellar, especially in that Boston series, and showing it here in this Soldados series.
Cleary and Schluter now the beater pair against Nunez and Tijerina. Kind of mixed pair here for San Antonio. They've been usually playing Tijerina with Bryant. He might be subbing in a moment. Pass goes behind. It's Phoebe Thomas who had it back there. Gets it over to Zimet. Beaters are now looking to press. Mejio airs a pass to Schwartz, and Jay Stewart's going to run it down. Schwartz looking to push him out. Not going to happen. Now Stewart's out in transition. Zimet's going to have to step up and meet him. Stewart goes around. Villalba, the patience to get the overcommitment out of Ryan Mejio. For a young player, the composure to finish that.
The composure on both. That Stewart didn't put it off too early, saw Mejio on the other side cheating that pass, and knew the matchup that he had, got the step, and then drew it in to put it off to Villalba.
And the thing is, for years, anytime Jay Stewart is driving, he knows in the back of his head where Villalba is, and Villalba knows exactly where he wants her. They are such a dynamic duo.
Such a dynamic duo with the patience, composure by both players on that transition. Fantastic for Soldados.
Phoebe Thomas now has it behind. Villalba stepping out. Thomas just dancing around back there. Tries to get over the Zabet, but I think throws it out of play. Another turnover. Schluter has to fall back. Kyle Bryant now has subbed into the game along with Tijerina. Matt Blackwood looking for Sosa this time. Did the beat get there in time? They will say it did. Jay Stewart saves that possession, and Blackwood's able to reset it. Stewart wants it back, has a lot of space. Blackwood does it himself. The shot goes high. Jay Stewart now has it. Stewart looking to win again against Zimet. This time Zimet's able to push him out of the play. Ends up in the well. Stewart still in no rush. Gets over to Sosa. About 10.5 minutes here. 6-2 in favor of... Oh! Sosa wanted her own shot. doesn't get to go. Stewart, though, is just playing rebound for all of his teammates. Now says, I'm going to do it myself, but Ryan Mayhew says no. The pass, though, I think there might be a call coming. Seems like Ray Brodeur might have seen a beat. Cody Narveson was definitely asking for a beat.
Yeah, for sure. Seeing Stewart, I don't know how he got the ball out of there. Mejio got solid contact there behind the hoops, but Jay Stewart able to somehow find Blackwood. Again, that chemistry that they have there on this line has been absolutely superb all day long here at day 2 for the 2025 championships.
Yeah, like you said, it's those defensive efforts by Mejio that have kept this Minneapolis team in a lot of games, but it's just so hard. I mean, how many times did we see a rebound there for San Antonio on that play? Blackwood tried a shot. Jay Stewart picked up the rebound. Sosa tried a shot. Jay Stewart picked up the rebound again. And this team just rains goals.
And Zemet on Minneapolis has got his hands full trying to mark up on Jay Stewart, always find himself in front of Jay Stewart, and Jay Stewart is just a handful for anybody to try to contain on defense in a man situation. Absolutely superb performance by Jay Stewart, just textbook stuff on just being absolutely twitched up and and creating offense just by himself.
Still waiting for a call here from head ref Alex Amadal. So T Arena continue to play after beat on that offensive possession. Gets called for it by the ARs. It's going to result in the goal being called off, bringing us back to 6-2, and a quad ball turnover, and obviously a beater power play. Big chance here for Minneapolis to claw back within 3, but they're going to have to make it count. They haven't made all of their power plays count this weekend. Sam Schwartz is going to get us started out. Sub out here, Mejio for Meyer. Joe Goulet checks back in as well. First line quad ball players, along with Thomas. McDowell. Okay, they're just getting the scoreboard right. I think we just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that that goal was not called good because of the foul.
Yep. Goulet with the ball. Max Meyer on his left. Schwartz is back into the game, which is great to see.
Patience out of Goulet. Luis Sanchez just checked in, marking him at point. Thomas looking to set a screen. Narveson's very ready for a beat on Villalba. Oh, it's a big hit by Luis Sanchez. And now Jay Stewart's running in transition. Narveson's going to have to make a snipe beat. And Jay Stewart does a wonderful job of never taking the eyes off of Narveson and taking the shot before the beat even got there.
San Antonio is getting comfortable. This is their game style. They want to create these fast breaks. An amazing play by the keeper there, Sanchez, absolutely making a great hit and getting the ball out.
Yeah, and we're seeing Seth Swenson check in for the first time, I believe, all weekend for Minneapolis. A team that, like we said, a lot of minutes, a lot of knocks. At some point, this team's going to have to just start playing a little deeper into their depth. Cleary makes a big beat there. Oh, it's a misbeat by Bryant. No, Cleary is called beat. Another big hit from Luis Sanchez, who's bringing the boom right now. And a little bit of scrappiness there.
Sanchez just absolutely so strong with those biceps there, absolutely wrapping up Max Meyer. And it seemed like with the wrap, as Max Meyer pulled that quad ball in, Sanchez just squeezing tight and pulling Max Meyer off broom, it seemed like.
See if there's any calls to be made. Refs are going to talk it over. What a weekend of quad ball we have had, Darren. We still have so much more to come. I mean, we talk about the Minneapolis-Boston series. Me and you kind of declared it one of the series of all time. And I believe that Melinda and Ben right now might be calling the series of all time between New York and Chicago in the semifinals. And we're still going to have a final that's probably going to have two very evenly matched teams and might blow both those series out of the water. I mean, what more could we ask for in the 10th anniversary MLQ championship?
You said it. This weekend has had everything. It has had close games. It has golden catches. It's had golden catches to golden goals run right after the other. It's had major comebacks. This weekend has had it all. This is one of the top weekends that I think I've ever been at in terms of all my quad ball career.
Yeah, and you know what I think is so fitting for our 10th anniversary championship is it's such a transitionary championship, right? We're saying goodbye to some of the greats. Obviously, you spoke a lot about Max Havlin and Louis Schuh yesterday.
Yes.
And they're not alone. Obviously, a lot of other retirements kind of coming around the bend. But we're also starting to see how bright the future looks. And teams like this San Antonio team is just full of young talent that's only a year or two graduated out of college at this point. You know, other teams, we saw the fight of that Detroit team who almost made out of the play-in bracket. They had one player on their entire tournament roster over the age of 24. I mean, the future's bright in that program.
Yes.
Showing up huge in that series, players like Leo Fried, who, I mean, has been a name in the sport for a while now, but is still only, a year and change graduated out of college. I mean, DME even, their future is so bright because so many of these young players are really going to usher in the next era of Major League Quadball.
Yeah, this weekend has really been like a pass of the baton, as we see some of the older veterans, as you said, that are retiring. But there's so much talent here in the MLQ here.
Go ahead, I'll listen. So Sanchez is going to get a yellow card for the actual contact itself. They said that he went high on the tackle on Max Meyer. It seems like Miguel Esparza might have gotten into a little bit of extracurricular after they were all on the ground. It's going to be a second yellow. It's going to be a double power play, and Minneapolis might have a little path getting back into this game here.
They might have just opened up the door just to crack for Minneapolis to try to claw their way back.
Should be a pretty free goal here for Meyer. Goes around Viablo, around Sosa, scores. Swenson does a nice job actually guarding Meyer in case that beat from T-Arena got there in time. McDowell's going to have to throw back. Sanchez went for the block, the swat. Didn't quite have the height for it. Cleary's going to get their ball back.
Oh!
And Joe Goulet, the heads-up play, pushes Sanchez back across.
Wow. That was amazing. What a smart heads-up play by Goulet. Sanchez had just got both feet over the top, and then Goulet with the size and strength takes it head-to-head to Sanchez and wins it out for Minneapolis.
Goulet, we'll have to slow it down because Kyle Bryant was just about to beat Goulet. But remember, it will still be a power play because only one player was released from the box in that goal. So Miguel Esparza is still in there.
Wow.
A double power play goal here that suddenly makes it a 7-2 game that felt like it was getting away from Minneapolis to a 7-4 game is quite the swing.
The confidence in which I'm seeing from Goulet just radiating off of him can be so contagious. We've seen every time that Minneapolis has been behind, Goulet rises to the occasion and has made absolute stellar plays. This is including catches, final goals, making amazing shots. Goulet is really showing out and really handles the pressure really well.
Goulet resets it back to Meyer. Immediately upon getting possession, you are allowed to use a reset, even though in any other situation you are not in MLQ. So heads up play there by Goulet. I think he did ask head ref Alex Amador about it before they restarted play. Meyer now has probably about, I would guess, 30, 40 seconds for this power play. Hits the lane, says, I only need 3 of them. Goes right through. 2-0 run, and in the blink of an eye, it's 7-4.
7-4, only down 3. Only down a flag runner grab here. Minneapolis trying to claw their way back here as we are just over halfway.
And now some subs coming in for San Antonio. Hayden Boyce checking right back into the game. The head coach looking to lead by example, really has been all weekend with this first line. Boyce, a shooter in their heart. Has some options, gets it over. Oh, it was so nicely.
Oh.
So first I want to talk about the initial pass, which I don't know how it got all the way across to Sanchez. It found the way. Sanchez not able to convert, but Izzy Ramirez, right place, right time, finishes it herself. Back to a 4-goal lead for San Antonio.
And that is some calm, cool collectiveness that we've seen from Ramirez that seems like she's been playing for about 8 to 10 years. Ramirez is in their first season of playing quad ball ever. Absolutely fantastic, calm, cool composure. I'm so excited to see Ramirez, not only this weekend, but moving forward.
Yep, Voth has the ball up top, goes to Goulet. Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about, right? The next generation, and it looks so bright. Goulet swings around Sanchez. Oh, I think Voth might be headed into the book, into Alex Amidal's book here. Turn that screen into a bit of a wrap.
I really like Minneapolis trying to set more picks and more screens in this. However, all the picks and screens have not been solid. They haven't been very disciplined in those screens. I wish that leading into this that they practice that a little bit more.
Hayden boys now looking to run. Dodgeballs are chaotically on the ground. Good job by Myers keeping them away. Sanchez. Oh! Sanchez does a nice job keeping the play around. Izzy Ramirez, again, the veteran composure from a first-year player, pumps one way, shoots the other way. Kyle Bryant is about to get a card that I think every single AR on the field saw, but Goulet was able to take quad ball play back. I don't think it would have mattered. I think they were getting it either way.
Yeah, I think they were getting it either way, but I want to go back to that Ramirez because that was, oh my gosh, the calm, cool collectives that we've talked about in this next generation being shown out here this weekend at the MLQ Championships, 10th year. Saw the bludger coming in, and just if you go back in that, folks, it was just a slow, just a little head move, little head movement that just absolutely kind of like the Matrix dodge as the bludger came around and just hit the shoulder of the San Antonio beater right beside Ramirez, and then Ramirez being able to take that and shoot it through the middle hoop. Absolutely phenomenal by a first-year player. I am completely blown away by this next generation coming up.
Yeah, and also, it takes years to teach someone to sell a shot with their eyes to one hoop, which she did to move Goulet before going in the middle hoop. And again, I've learned it all in such a small time as we have a lengthy conversation here.
Yeah, as everyone knows, when they first started playing, that first year, it's a very chaotic sport, and it takes a little bit of time, to really learn the ins and outs and really feel comfortable in order to be calm, cool, and collected, because otherwise it's so chaotic that you frantically throw the ball. Everybody's been at that point, but Ramirez really showing that brilliance in terms of really understanding this game, understanding positioning and where she fits in this line, and putting the position, being in the right place at the right time, and that's the show of a veteran player but she doesn't have the experience quite yet in her first season. I am completely blown away by the composure that Ramirez has shown all weekend long.
Two fouls on this play. Yep, so that's the foul on. So two calls on the play, both against San Antonio. Luis Sanchez picked up another card. Oh, Bitsy Archibald gets denied by Ramirez.
Who else but Ramirez getting in front of there, not just on offense, but on defense. Ramirez is making their presence known.
Oh, but then Hayden Boys overthrows Cat Hay. Joe Goulet's going to get there first. Goulet might be able to convert this power play anyway, and does so. All these power play goals are adding up for Minneapolis, and it's just keeping them in this game because San Antonio cannot stay out of the box.
Again, Goulet is absolutely doing an amazing job with this pressure of being behind. And it just doesn't bother him, and he rises to the occasion, just absolutely firing a shot through that medium-sized hoop.
Also, just so everybody knows, that second card on Luis Sanchez was a blue card. So Luis Sanchez has not yet stacked 2 yellow cards. Not in danger of getting the 3 yellow cards. Subbed out of the game anyway, so possibly won't matter. Possible that's the last we'll see of Sanchez in this match. because this team, as we've mentioned, is deep. Avila has the ball, gets it over to Boys. Boys, once again, just ripping shot after shot after shot, bullet after bullet into the heart and season of the Monarchs.
Boys absolutely ripping it, and San Antonio really showing this shot prowess that they have, this electric offense where they don't just go around you, they can attack you right at the jugular at any point in the game and just absolutely rip a shot like that, being led by the coach.
Cody Narveson interacting with Brandy Gomez up top is control with Minneapolis. The Mets going to have an open hoop for a second, but another incredible shift by Avila going from middle hoop to near hoop, gets another stop. I mean, I don't have stats in front of me, obviously, but it has to be 5 stops at this point for Avila in this game.
Avila has been having an amazing game, wants to close out this series and get the valuable rest as the next 2 teams are going into a game 3.
High pass there to Ramirez. Ramirez over to Avila. Bounce pass to Hayden Boys, who does handle. And a nice pass, Boys, over to Avila. Another goal for Avila. This first line has been so good for San Antonio.
So good. Hayes, Ramirez, Avila, Boys, they're all making themselves known. They're all working on the same, they're all on the same page and firing on all cylinders, every single one of them here in this quad ball game.
Zimet ball on the far side as we tick up past 17 minutes. Lead is up to 6 here for San Antonio. And really, I think Minneapolis only has 2 goals at 6-on-6 quad ball. Brady Charles, I believe, tried to get another one there.
Oh.
But both shots just go wide. Got 2 bites at the apple, but that apple might have been a little poisonous.
Yeah, that apple did not go his way. The cookie did not crumble. I don't think that ball could have lasted any longer on the hoop, just balancing on the top and rolling off of the side. Unfortunate for Charles right there. But again, seeing this young squad, now we're getting some time out for Brady Charles, only 20 years of age, as we're looking towards the future of the Minneapolis Monarchs.
Avila walking the ball up. Gets it over to Boys. Now it's Ramirez. High pass. Well done to get around Mejio. Back over to Avila. Ripped pass over the top to Cat Hay. Cat Hay looking for a goal herself. Hayden Boys is first on the rebound. Izmanowski beats, but Hayden Boys got the ball off in time. Avila, a very rare miss in this game.
Very rare miss, but Minneapolis will take that. I'm very interested in terms of this 2-2 because San Antonio's gotten a lot of shot attempts here on Minneapolis. If they don't continue on, I wonder if Minneapolis looks back on this series and wonders about switching from the Trees defense that we saw with Boston.
Some teams, though, are going to live and die in what they're most comfortable with, what they feel like their rotations are best in. As the Met gets the ball on the near side, behind to Sam Schwartz, who immediately takes a beat, I think, for De La Fuente. Ryan Cleary, trying to keep control here, does so. And McDowell makes a nice beat on De La Fuente. Brandy Gomez forces a throw back from McDowell. McDowell's throw a little wide. Gomez is going to just pop it over to Chris De La Fuente. Lets them get away with those, not mistakes, but slightly sloppy plays. Now it's going to be Luis Sanchez, who does check back into the game. But like I said, only 1 yellow, not 2. Bill has the ball up top. Beat by McDowell. Avila out of the play. Brady Charles now stepping high on Luis Sanchez. 30 seconds left in the secret floor. Ramirez over to Avila. Oh, Avila hits another one.
Minneapolis wanted to get Avila out of that play early, but it was just this San Antonio was able to buy enough time in order for Avila to come back and instantly makes a goal with the assist from Ramirez.
Minneapolis going to hold for the last possession here, 12-5. Chris De La Fuente kind of ran a 1.5 on the Minneapolis beaters, which is an interesting look, but Ryan Mejio is going to make them pay for it. Goes right through the defense. Scores 12-6. I think literally might have been the scoreline in the first game at 20 minutes as well.
I feel like I'm in deja vu because I believe that is the exact same scoreline. Minneapolis in the same situation that they were before. Now we will have to see how San Antonio, if they can do it again, be able to come forward and get the catch as well as get the quadball points that they need to finish this game off and get that well-needed rest.
Yeah, and obviously we know of the threat of Goulet in the Seeker game, but in game one, Daniel Williams and Nunez dominated the beater game so much by the frag runner that it was all Cortez and Alvarez. Alvarez couldn't get the job done, but Cortez eventually did to seal up that victory. If Minneapolis really wants any chance of staying in the series, it definitely has to start with a flag runner catch. It's probably going to have to be a quick one, too, while they're not trading too many goals and letting things get too close to the set score.
But if anybody can do it, it is Goulet. Number 48 for the Minneapolis Monarchs. Absolutely stellar flag catcher here, the Seeker in this Seeking game, sorry. Goulet's done it before. He got him back in game 2 of Boston. Can he do it again here against San Antonio, a star-studded team?
San Antonio is going to start with the ball. 6 goals away from their first ever MLQ final. A lot of players who have played, as I said, a lot of semifinals. Hayden Boyes, who was the star for so many years of a League City team that so many years came up short of ever making this championship. Hayden Boyes doesn't even have that much experience on this pitch, and you've seen what he's been able to do. Avila, the young up-and-coming star of this program, trying to play into his first finals. And obviously the veterans looking to get one more as well. But so much on the line and so much left to play for this afternoon.
Minneapolis playing for not just their franchise in terms of reaching new heights, but also for their entire season right here.
Alex Amador about to get a start here again. John Alvarez is going to get the start against Goulet. Sanchez pops a pass high to Miguel Esparza. No harm done, but kind of a sign that San Antonio might feel they're playing with their food a little bit here. Alvarez beat out first. Goulet's going to get an immediate shot here. Misses on the first go. Pass goes over to Sanchez. Oh, Daniel Williams misses a beat. Goulet, though, gets beat by Nunez. Meanwhile, it's a goal. I believe Ramirez again. John Alvarez close, but then Schluter beats him out of the play. Goulet, another chance here. Ball goes behind to Mayer. Mayer gets around Esparza. Nice goal there.
Nice goal by Max Meyer. Absolute star from the Boston series. Goulet getting beat out and has to go back.
Sanchez walking the ball down. Goals exchanged in the no dodgeball quad ball game. Ramirez makes a couple moves. Podolski's going to take a chance. No, it's just to get rid of Nunez. Big hit by Meyer on Sanchez. Sanchez, how did he know where Miguel Esparza was there?
They are on the same link. Their minds are connected right there. Esparza getting the ball and being able to put it through.
Oh, big catch there by Daniel Williams. And the figure whack, the Mutombo.
Wow. Daniel Williams taking over in the finger wag.
Alvarez more time as Meyer goes through the lane, scores. Both teams have been 2 for 2 in the quad ball game, but Stephen Tremple holding their own in the Seeker game. Oh, a nice dodge by Goulet. They're going to get another chance. No, Daniel Williams is there. Cody Narvison's going to take an exchange, and a nice dodge by him, but now he's beat. Baltimore Nunez holds down the fort. Cortez has caught Tremple once, going to get a chance to do it again, basically to send his team to the finals, grappling hard.
Oh, that was so close by Cortez.
Esparza, meanwhile, goes right through the defense. It's now catch to win for San Antonio. Beat on Cortez. Goulet dodges. Goulet's going to get a move here. No, beat by Nunez.
Oh, Goulet only had that one opportunity now as Cortez comes back and looks to get a beat. Goulet now getting a little bit of protection.
It's finally a bubble for Minneapolis here. And Max Meyer in no rush to push it, knowing that Goulet is in position. Tremple doing a great job here. Oh! But Goulet, given the time, delivers.
Goulet with the classic Euro step on the strong side with the one hand grabbing the flag. We'll see if it is good. However, if that is good, it will bring them to 115 with only 7 goals to go. Catch is good! Only 70 points needed for the Minneapolis Monarchs to go ahead. However, San Antonio needs 2 goals to go forward.
Meyer, though, is going to get a no dodgeball. Sorry, semi-no dodgeball. Daniel Williams trying to get there. Oh, Cat Hay gets big and denies. San Antonio still needs 3 now. Minneapolis would need 7. Call coming, though, I think, against Minneapolis.
We will see what it's from for the ARs, but if this is a call against Max Meyer, this would be a huge disadvantage to Minneapolis, as Max Meyer has been an absolute all-star all weekend long for this Minneapolis team. As Mejio's also out there trying to get that defensive effort, as trying to stop those 3 quad ball points to end this game.
Yeah, as we wait for this call to be made, just want to shout out everyone who helps out with this production. Harry Clark, who shows up big for us every single year here at Championships. Miguel Esparza, our digital media director, who's also been in and out of the box. Michael Rodriguez, who has basically done everything for us all over, and who we give all the credit to for all of the Quadball 1 resources we've been able to use all season to extend the capabilities of our scoreboard. Myself, Darren, all of the other commentators we've had, and obviously a call out to our production lead emeritus, Nick Jablonski, watching along on the stream. Thanks for watching, bud.
Missing you here, man. It's as an analyst a couple years ago during the COVID season, it was fun talking with you. It's great to see that you're still helping out. Miss that you're not here though, but thanks for watching.
An immediate stoppage. Daniel Williams is just somehow immediately off the field.
Oh.
Williams really wanted a call there, clearly didn't get it. Now going to get the unsportsmanlike conduct. Cleary's going to get to press. Beats out Sosa, picks up the 3rd dodgeball.
We're seeing this UTSA line here now. Jay Stewart, who was absolutely cooking earlier in this game, as Sosa collects the ball now.
Yep. Really nice job killing off this penalty so far. Stewart's going to collect.
Max Meyer calling Jay Stewart for him to come over.
And a Let's Play Quadball chant from the sidelines. Stewart up to boys. Another mixed line out here. Daniel Williams does serve their time. There's a stall call coming against boys. So boys just flat-footed in the lane. Push shot, middle hoop. 2 away from the finals for San Antonio.
I don't know how many goals Boys has of that, but it has been a lot in this game. Monarchs just being caught with the hands down, and those hoops are wide open for Boys.
Max Meyer walking down the near side. Control with Narveson and McDowell. Pass across to Meyer. Meyer pumps once, pumps twice. Carlson across to Mejio.
Oh!
Pretty play. If this is the way Minneapolis is going to go out, they are going to go out fighting.
Out fighting here is Minneapolis. They are not out just yet.
No, Stewart drives the lane, puts San Antonio on game point, 17-12.
17-12. San Antonio just needs 1, and this is a hot, fiery line as Daniel Williams tries to collect a dodgeball.
Meyer bringing the ball up. Ryan Cleary trying to scrum with Daniel Williams, but not to be. McDowell never sees Williams coming, gets beat out of the play. Nunez is going to get to press now. Pass over the top. Daniel Williams doing it all. Deflects the pass. Jay Stewart running in transition. Only has Mejio to beat for the semifinals. Once again, who did I say? Jay Stewart always knows where they are when they're driving. It's Alyssa Villalba. Finishes this series and puts the San Antonio Soldados into the finals.
Daniel Williams, number 0 for San Antonio. What an effort from collecting the dodgeball advantage while they were on defense to then absolutely causing mayhem. And then on that transition, as Jay Stewart was on the run, catches the desperate beat from Minneapolis in the air, denying Minneapolis's final opportunity and final chance to try to save their season, and absolutely denies in his own hands as Jay Stewart passes off and gets the assist.
Yeah. What a game, what a series, what a fight from this Minneapolis team who, as we said, finally made it semifinals and gave San Antonio 2 good games. But the offensive talent, as we said, for San Antonio was just a little too much for this team. That said, I do think San Antonio is going to need to clean things up in the finals. Still too many cards. That's going to be costly against the likes of either Chicago or New York. Which one will it be? We're about to find out in a few minutes. We're going to throw to commercial, get Naresh back in here on the analyst desk. For myself and Darren, thanks for watching. Game 3, New York-Chicago, coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone. Again, we just finished the first semifinal between San Antonio Soldados and the Minneapolis Monarchs, and we have our first finals team. The San Antonio Soldados, with a pretty dominant wins, clinched their spot in the finals and are ready to look at who their opponent is upcoming. But San Antonio Soldados, Darren, you were on the call, and it's, for me, felt very similar to what we said after game 1. They got the looks that they wanted, and they felt like everything was pretty easy for them. Some of the passing, the movement, all of it was very crisp at points.
Yes.
And yeah.
I think like this Soldados team feels relentless.
Mm-hmm.
If I got to put it into one word, this Soldados team is relentless, because you get that UTSA line coming off. That's Jay Stewart, Blackwood, Sosa. You get that line come off, and then you get faced up with like Sanchez, Esparza. Like it's just bleeding out of how much talent that they have on this roster.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the things that the questions that I have for Soldados with all of that talent that they have is discipline. There was some sloppiness that we saw a lot, but there were some amazing crisp points. Some of the best that we've seen all weekend. Now, can we make that consistency happen throughout the game? Because no matter who wins from this New York or Chicago, they are very disciplined franchises with great coaching staffs that will not make those mistakes, especially when it comes down to cards.
Absolutely. It's almost inexcusable to have multiple players in the box multiple times in a game.
Yes.
That's insane. But I think a large part of it was San Antonio felt very comfortable in this game, and they were it almost felt like they were toying around at points because they weren't taking it as seriously. You saw Luis Sanchez leave the penalty box almost dancing back to tag up, and that sort of thing where it's like, I think they immediately came in, knew they were winning, they knew they were up, they had the lead, and they were trying to show some gamesmanship. But it's exactly what you said. You can't do that with these upcoming opponents, regardless of whether it's Chicago or New York.
Yeah.
And honestly, quick shift to Minneapolis. What a season for them.
Oh, what a season. And I think, like, especially, like, we saw different players from this roster really stand out, you know, on both, like, Carlson on defense and you know, like, of course, Max Meyer in terms of that Boston series and really showing out that he has been voted as an MVP in the North for multiple seasons. And so, like, for that Boston series, he was my MVP there. Little shout out to him, but absolutely phenomenal. And then Goulet as well. There's been every single player on that roster, from beating to chasing to seeking, has shown up. And so I think they got to be very happy with their performance, and they've come where no other roster that they've had that has gone before. This franchise made history this weekend in the 10th anniversary of this league, and they got to be super proud of themselves for that.
Absolutely, and this takes me back to MLQ Replay last summer, where after a series I was very critical about Minneapolis because I was like, hey, this team has been around for a while. Like, they don't look as crisp as they used to or as they should. And what I was told basically was they have, a lot of the older names are still around, but they're bringing on such a young, massive wave of talent from University of Minnesota that this is a young team. And after that, I kind of felt bad. I was like, I shouldn't have been as critical. But in just a season, to see how much of strides they've taken has been massive to that program, and it's excellent trajectory for where this team wants to go. And it's like you said, it might have taken a minute, even as they were one of the first expansion teams, for them to be able to finally clinch that semifinal spot, which I know they've coveted for a really long time, is a great step in that journey to continue the dominance that Minnesota and Minneapolis has contributed to quadball in the last couple of years. So great season for them. And yeah, San Antonio clinched their spot in the finals. They're going to have time off, while Chicago and New York are setting up for that rubber match, and it's going to be a bloodbath.
It's going to be a bloodbath
Yeah.
here.
My biggest thing coming off of that game, too, how do you mentally recover after being one goal away from the finals to now having to play for your season? This almost feels like the 2011 Texas Rangers versus the St. Louis Cardinals, where they were one strike away from winning the World Series multiple times, and then you have David Freese setting up a triple, a home run to win the game, and then take it to Game 7, where St. Louis Cardinals have won the game. Feel that it's insane. I cannot magnify the mental pressure on both teams, but I do think the pressure is a bit more on Chicago as the team that was up at towards the end of the game and who blew the four-goal lead. But my other thing is, I would argue that the Titans have been the better team pre-20 minutes every single game in this series. Yeah. They've looked better. They've had that 2-goal lead every time. What happens if we finally see Titans get a few more minutes on the flag runner, and if they catch? Can Chicago, if they are put in a position where they have to be the ones to come from behind if they don't catch, can they do that? Are they able to generate enough looks on their offense to be able to string together multiple goals? Can they stop the transition attempts that New York was able to run them ragged with towards the end of that game? All of these questions will be answered in just a few minutes once this game starts. We thank you so much for joining us. Please continue to tune in. This game is going to start in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the 2025 MLQ Championships in Buffalo, New York. The final semifinal game of the day. Game 3. Game 3 between New York and Chicago. Chicago takes game 1, New York takes game 2, forcing a decisive winner-take-all game 3, which we are just seconds away from kicking off. Ben Mertens and Melinda Stop on the call. Head referee Chris Lecomte.
Do or die situation for both of these teams.
And it'll be Darian Mersick Ellis and John Jackson rushing for the ball again, it looks like. We have the brims up call. John Jackson's going to win it. Mersick Ellis just gave up when it became clear Jackson had it. And Vincenzo Chico and Christian Barnes dodgeball control for the Titans, so everything for the Titans off the rush. Here's Freed over to Jackson. Jackson bobbles the ball and is beat by Osra.
Okay.
So some sloppiness early from NY.
From Chicago out the gate.
We did see John Jackson behind the hoops, which is something that New York experimented with at the end of game 2, so we'll watch out for more of that. Riley Andrews handling the ball now for the Prowl. Over to Mersick Ellis.
Ausser working on Rosenberg.
Osser's beat and Rosenberg recovers without too much trouble. Stalling warning given to the Prowl. Andrews working. Sends it deep to Kennedy Murphy. She sends it back over to Andrews. All the way back up top to Mersick Ellis. A long beat is made by Walters and misses, so Mersick Ellis sends it high and long to Riley Andrews, who is just going to be able to track it down before being pushed out of bounds. All the way back up, but through the hands. Luckily deflected by Noah Ostra, but it makes it back to the Titans eventually.
Okay, so Chicago's offense just breaking down a little bit there. That missed beat from Tad was crucial and allowed New York a chance to just press up on them.
So New York will get another chance on offense here with control in their hands. Jackson breaks free of Andrews, gets a pass, but it's to no one. Mersick Ellis is beat though, so Leah Fried is going to get it.
Second chance for New York.
Whoa, just shrugs off Riley Andrews and Leo Fried with a big goal.
Statement goal for the first goal of this game, 1-0.
Statement is right. And we saw John Jackson finally, like we were talking about, actually try to win one-on-one. Got part of the way there and then passed it off to Fried. Would have been intercepted, but Vincenzo Chico, who hasn't played much besides running for the balls, was right there to make a play that saved the possession, and Fried gets the goal.
Chico's still in.
Andrews shoots it. It's deflected by Leo Fried.
Usually by now we see Lee and Tessa Chico in, subbing in after Broom's up.
And I think we're going to see Chico and Rosenberg get a real chance here. So some experimenting from the Titans coaching staff in game 3.
Jackson taking the ball down, near side, passing up top to Potter.
Potter slaps it down and recovers. Back to Jackson. Runs away from Tad Walters, sends it over to Lindsay Morella. Morella's got space, finds the pass to Fried. Fried's got a chance here. Mersick Ellis rips the ball out of Fried's hands and sends it out of bounds, but that's going to be off of Mersick Ellis, so I think they're saying it's New York ball. No, they're saying it's Chicago ball.
Chris Lecomte trying to take control of the situation here. Leo Fried a little confused about what's going on, and we do have the ARs with their hands up for a foul call.
This is going to go against New York. Whose ball that was actually going to be.
Yeah. The goal ref on the far side here, on the right side of your screen, was indicating that it was Chicago ball, but Leo Fried absolutely adamant that that ball had gone off on Darian Mersick Ellis.
Yeah, so an interesting turn of events there, but end result is going to be Prowl ball, barring this ref discussion, which it looked like it was for something unrelated. The AR is kind of far away from the play, had their hands up.
A little bit of a slow and scrappy start to this game.
Yeah, not too much composure on offense from Chicago yet, and New York kind of trying to experiment a little, a different beater pair. We saw John Jackson go behind the hoops. New York's definitely trying to move the chess pieces around in a different way, given all the half-court troubles they've had against this tough Chicago defense.
in a moment we'll hear from Chris Lecomte to see what this discussion is about.
2 fouls.
Contact from behind. Vincenzo Chico. Unsporting conduct to
Ted Walters, who was not on the field, so Matt Brown is going to have to walk off the field to serve
I
it.
believe Matt Brown had subbed in for Tad after the foul occurred. So Tad.
So Walters actually has to go to the box.
Yeah,
and Brown has to go back
Tad
to the
Walters will
bench.
be going to the box, and Matt Brown will be exiting the field.
That's sometimes the Chris Lecomte special. A foul ends up being called, but the fouled player complains so much that they also get a card.
Tad Walters still complaining.
I would let it go at this point, personally.
Teammate Matt Melton just, ushering him away.
So the end result, I think, will still be Chicago ball.
As we get back going here, Tad is still chatting on that far side. Teammate Nathan Digman just trying to calm him down, get his head in his
teammates. You much prefer that to complain there.
Yeah.
Both teams are down a beater here, which is a weird circumstance you don't see too often. So Noyes Oshawa has to be careful about overcommitting here because if they get beat, it's almost a guarantee. They do get beat. Kenny Murphy goes to Mercick Ellis, goes high back up top to Ryan Andrews, but Jason Rosenberg will be the only beater in the play for a very long time.
Yeah, what?
Andrews blocks it. Stutter steps on the line and did step over. Rosenberg is fired up about forcing that turnover.
That's so unfortunate for Chicago there that they're going to turn over the ball at the half pitch. They do have Noyes Osler back. Darian Mercick Ellis at the hoops. Andrews beat out at the midline.
Rosenberg is going to run at Osra. John Jackson is going to come in with some speed here. Dishes it off to Lindsay Marilla. She's hit, and her shot goes high. Nice defense from Riley Andrews to save the goal there.
Okay.
So the great play
done
from
by
Rosenberg
Chicago.
Doesn't result in any points.
Jason Rosenberg doing a great job of controlling 2 dodgeballs while their teammates out.
Chicago will have a short power play because the unsportsmanlike conduct was a 30-second blue card. Vincenzo Chico's was a 60-second yellow card. So Chicago has about 20 seconds here, but they haven't even managed to retrieve dodgeball control yet, so I think the penalty will end up getting killed. Chico's back in. Chicago does have dodgeball control now. It's Ben Peachy behind the hoops. Goes back over to Murphy.
May Overhaul also cutting.
Overhaul trying to set one of those screens that our analyst desk, Naresh Adala, hates so much. Nathan Digman moving in very close to the hoops now. Going to go across to Peachy. Peachy's going to go back to Digman. Back to Peachy. Just trying to draw Rosenberg out of the play. Molly Potter is beat. Kennedy Murphy has a shot and sinks it. So the great patience from Chicago eventually leads to an opening, and Kennedy Murphy so sure from that range.
Both of these teams are going to have to keep plays like that in mind to stay patient on offense and wait for those openings.
It's 10-10 now, and dodgeball control did revert back to the Titans, and that pair of Lee and Chico that we were waiting for has now checked into the game. We're about 5 minutes into this contest, only 1 goal apiece for the teams. Byroning is going to bring it down the side. Little pitch and catch in the backcourt. Now back up to Annika Kim. Chico directing traffic. And there's the stalling warning. Byroning, pump fakes, loses the ball. Liam Zock was called
Liam
beat.
Zock was beat before.
So I said Shakti Cody Swart has room to go, needs to beat Digman. Passes to Annika Kim. Her shot rims out, but it's rebounded. Anna Blanchfield finishes off the rebound. Offensive rebounds, big goal for the Titans.
Huge goal for the Titans there, bringing the score to 20-10.
Second and third efforts so big for both teams in this series.
Absolutely.
2010 New York now.
Prowl with dodgeball control.
Zock probing the defense a little bit. Goes for the shot! Just wide, hits the rim, but it's Ben Peachy with the rebound. Zock calling for it on the far side of the field. Peachy is going to send it their way. And the Prowl now with dodgeball control. The pass.
Ooh.
Ooh. Zoc wanted the floater to Peachy, but it's ripped down by
I
Byron
like
Eng,
the
who's looking
idea.
to run now. Here comes Eng. He finds Shakti Kodeswaran, who hits the goal. Great transition take from New York, despite Matt Brown and Nathan Digman being in the play.
Smart move by New York there. Transition goal. Chicago just a little bit slow to get back on defense, and they took advantage.
So 30-10 New York. Chicago will need an answer. Justin Cole in the game to the delight of the crowd here in Buffalo, New York.
He is a fan favorite.
Dodgeball control with the prowl. Nathan Digman sees a chance to shoot. Thinks about it, but doesn't take it. Devin Lee catches a beat. All the dodgeballs are on the ground. Zoc goes back to Digman. Digman goes for the finish and gets it over Blanchfield. So Prowl answers, but overcommits their dodgeballs. They have
Opportunity
no
for
dodgeballs
Titans
back.
here.
Matt Brown's trying to run one down. Here comes Shakti Kodeswaran in transition. The pass is
Deflected.
broken up by Justin Cole. Kodeswaran runs into them.
Saving it
saves
before
the
it goes
ball,
out of bounds.
slaps it back to Nathan Digman. What a stop from Chicago.
Wow.
The Prowl Chasers came up huge there.
Incredible defensive stop by the Chicago Prowl there, as they had no dodgeballs in that play.
So
Amelia
still
Wink on the
Matt
field
Brown
now.
in the game, but the other beaters have been cycling through. It's Amelia Wink in the game with Brown. Digman dancing with Kodeswaran. Finally passes off to Liam Zoc. Zoc's being given a little space here. Now Kodeswaran responds. A nice screen is set.
nice
Zoc's going to get
screen
through, but
by-
Ing reads it and blocks it. Yes, and Liam Zoc managed to force Byron Ing out, so it's going to be Liam Zoc's inbound. Justin Cole trying to get open. Digman is beat, though. And here comes this
Here's
race
the
now. Cody
opportunity.
Swarm rushing down the field.
Ariana
Justin Cole trying to
Zhang
get in the way.
putting on the wheels.
Oh, Blanchfield couldn't quite handle it. Tried to still get a slap shot off, but it rims out.
Props to Ariana Zhang on that defensive play. Absolutely turning up the heat to get back on defense and force a messy pass across the hoops.
Just in time was Chicago on that one. So they get two huge transition stops in a row. That's critical because most of New York's offense has been coming in transition in this series.
They've had a tough time getting through the Chicago Prowl defense, and they've found most of their success in quick transition offenses.
Stall warning is given again. Control is with the Titans. The pass goes to Justin Cole. Blocks the
Deflect.
beat. Gets to the rim.
Oh!
It's stripped by Byron Ing, but Liam Zoc is going to be the first to the loose ball. I think Digman may have slapped it free. So Prowl gets to try again. It's going to go to Cole again. A second chance. This time
There
Cole
it goes.
finishes with an assist from the aforementioned Wink, who beats out the chaser on the hoops.
Beat here by Devin Lee.
And now the Prowl are trying to press. New York looks like they've been able to break it successfully. Now they're going to go across to Cody Swarm, who's going to try to shoot. Justin Cole
Deflected
breaks it up.
again.
Nathan Digman blocks the rushed shot attempt.
Mike Moralik pumping up this crowd. In game one, we saw Chicago Prowl absolutely thrives on high energy, and having this crowd on their side is really helping them, and they know it.
It's Kennedy Murphy at the controls now with Zoc, Cole, and Andrews. She goes across to Zoc. Andrews is fighting with Molly Potter. The hoop gets knocked
down.
over. Pass gets floated over to Justin Cole. Back up top to Murphy. Murphy's thinking about the shot and said pass to Justin Cole. Gets all the way to the rim, but is stonewalled. And a stop is made by the Titans. The crowd very upset about all the knocked over hoops. And now the Titans are going to run. Here comes Jackson through Murphy, right to the rim. Easy finish for the veteran.
Couldn't have been easier for John Jackson there as he just threaded through traffic.
40-30 now our score. We've seen the Titans struggle in the half court, but no problem in transition on that one after the two opportunities earlier didn't go their way. They reclaimed the lead.
We got May Overholt back in, Matt Brown and Sol Alexander in for the first time.
Matt Brown took about 2 plays off there. I think we'll be seeing a lot of that in this game. Murphy goes over to Cole. Cole working up top. Had a lot of success deep behind the hoops, but Andrews is going to take that spot on this possession. Overholt trying to set a screen. Nothing doing. Back over to Murphy. Now to Riley Andrews. is beat, but gets it to Justin Cole, who slaps it back to Murphy. Head up play from Justin Cole. That was almost turned over because John Jackson read the play well, but Cole manages to save it.
We
now
saw
back
that a
to
few
Andrews.
times in the last game, too.
Andrews works, dances, pulls back. Matt Brown beats Take K, who's just sitting there waiting for it. A lot of exchange beats right on the hoops. The Titans aren't even bothering to press despite how far out of the play Brown is. Now Take K finally comes over, but now Brown is there to beat Leo Freed, who deflected it out of bounds. So it's Justin Cole's inbound.
Both teams are going to have to keep their heads through this chaos. I think we're going to see a lot of drives like this throughout this game.
Justin Cole dodges a beat, gets a pass off to Kennedy Murphy. The dodge balls are on the ground. Murphy did not realize Take had come back and is beating the back. And here comes Leo Freed. Here comes Sol Alexander, though, who Freed doesn't see. Oh, the beat misses.
Oh.
And Leo Freed gets to the rim and dunks. Alexander missed by just a few
It was in line,
inches.
just a little bit short there. And that was just an easy dunk for Leo Freed.
Leo Freed still might not know how close he was to getting beat.
I don't think he
zero
does.
idea Sol Alexander
He'll
was
watch
there.
this back and feel very grateful.
So good attempts from Alexander, but not able to make the beat. Great take from Freid, and transition, again, the key for the Titans as they take a 2-goal lead. Mercick Ellis back in the game. Murphy's going to send it to Andrews. Overholt lurking behind the Andrews uses the stiff arm to try to create some space from Leary, but eventually sends it right back out to Murphy, who goes to Mercick Ellis. TK is beat by Matt Brown. The ball goes back to Mercick Ellis, who's close to the hoop and is going to fight through and score.
Mercick
Jackson and
Ellis.
Connors not able to stop Mercick Ellis. TK beats Matt Brown, though. All the dodgeballs are on the ground. New York can run again. Here comes Jackson.
Oh.
Only will have to beat Chasers. Gets through Murphy. Passes it over to Freed, who jams and takes a hit from Riley Andrews that is probably going to draw a card.
Oh, we saw this in the first game. I fear.
If they're lucky, they'll get a yellow if it only
they
doesn't
will-
rise
if
to
it-
a charge.
Okay. Okay, so
A lucky break there for Chicago.
yeah, lucky break for Chicago there, as we saw a similar play earlier today that resulted in the ejection of Darian Mercick Ellis.
Yeah, this one instead, Andrews, I guess it's being called a illegal shove rather than a full charge on a defenseless receiver. I think just the force of the hit has a lot
that
to
would
do
be
with
the
that.
difference. No doubt head coach Jacob Ehrlich of New York is coming out to argue that.
I'm sure.
I'm
they
sure he would
this to be
love
upgraded to a red.
to delete Andrews as a factor in this game.
So it's going to be 60-40. The Titans have scored their last 3 goals in transition and have left a couple other transition opportunities on the floor. At some point, Prowl will have to figure out a way to stop letting New York get out and run. Play resumes. 2-goal advantage for the Titans.
Still in that comfortable range for Prowl, though. They've entered the intermission down to both games so far. So
1 game 1 and very nearly 1 game 2 as well. Murphy goes to Mercick Ellis. Mercick Ellis goes back to Murphy. Over to Andrews. Dances. Goes for the silver. That is going to be net contact from Jackson. But I believe Andrews was also
may
possibly
have been
beat.
I did see a snipe come through. Okay.
So a tough break for John Jackson there.
Yeah.
This should end up being a pretty free goal for Riley Andrews.
Does have Leo Freed and Molly Potter there. May Overholt available for assistance.
Yeah, I can't exactly see the angle, but I think as long as Overholt just kind of gives Leo Freed a little shove, Riley Andrews can just put this ball right through the hoop. I don't think
Potter
Freed
might
is
be a
quite
little
long
too
enough
far
to get
away.
there. Yep,
Okay.
easy take. And that brings it back to a 1-goal game.
Okay, Prowl with control now. Matt Brown exiting. Tad Walters entering. Sol Alexander doing a quick sub as well for Camila Rodriguez.
So we'll have to see if Prowl can continue the success with Matt Brown
Nearly
off
a
the
whole
field.
line change. Digman in, Zock in.
Mercick Ellis and Murphy out there as well. It's still basically the first chaser line from New York that's gone back in.
And we saw that in game 2 as well, as the game went longer.
Chance
fewer
for Freed to
subs.
drive. Punches it through Liam Zock. 70-50. Tad Walters is going to run down a dodgeball. Now going to try to make a play on Serna Diaz. Can't make the catch, and that should save control for the Titans.
Christian Barnes going across, collecting those dodgeballs for his teammate.
So control with the Titans. We saw the Serna Diaz and Barnes pair at the end of Game 2 where they came up big and getting the stops New York needed to preserve the game and then eventually get the win.
They put in tons of work at the end of Game 2 there.
Zock to Digman. Digman working on Freed. Walters and Barnes just staring each other down in the dodgeball game. Now back to Digman. Over to Zock. Murphy sneaking up to try to screen Molly Potter off the hoop. Now back to Digman. Molly Potter is beat. Digman shoots. It's deflected by Freed. And Freed is usually on the hoops at point defender right now because of that foul on Jackson and shows the ability to block shots there. Now we're looking to run. Freed gets through Zock, but is stripped. Great defense again from Liam Zock. And now Digman has a chance to run.
He's going to pull back.
Saw that New York still had their dodgeballs back, and Christian Barnes was about to pick one up to give control back.
Smartly went ahead and decided he was going to set up his offense on this drive.
Yep. Good job by the Prowl not getting ahead of themselves there. They still trailed by 2 goals, 70-50. But a good stop on that one. We're getting very deep into this game. About 4 minutes or so unofficially until the flag runner is released.
Serna Diaz tapped out Kennedy Murphy to avoid any sort of screen play like we just saw.
Mercegalis goes. Tries to whip it around. Molly Potter can't quite handle it. Nathan Digman not quite able to get there, but it somehow ends up with Liam Zock, but Molly Potter intercepts the attempted reset.
And we do have an AR with their hands up on the near side.
There was a lot of contact between Potter and Digman fighting for that loose ball.
This is going to go against the Prowl as New York knows it and is cheering. Oh, no card on the
given,
play.
but I think New York is very fired up about getting the stop there.
New York is very excited to have made that stop.
When a player like Molly Potter, who's obviously a big name but a small frame, makes a big stop like that for your team, it just animates everybody else on the team.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, someone like Molly Potter, you just want to see her succeed, and she does so well.
Lee's going to bring it down the side. Haven't seen much of Lee yet in this game. Lee tries to work on Zock. Goes back up to Ing. Dodgeball controls here. Huge screen from Lee. Blanchfield has a shot, but it's high. And Chicago's going to clean it up. And Matt Brown's going to come back into the game. So we're really just seeing Chicago wants to get Brown very short rest. And Justin Cole, again to the delight of the crowd.
I knew it was Justin Cole before I even saw him, just due to the crowd erupting when he stepped on the field.
Digman passes over to Zock. We'll see if Justin Cole can reward his fans with a big goal. He's had several in both games 1 and 2. Zock is very close to it, but their shot is low.
It was there. That shot did come out a little awkward out of their hand.
I think Zock would love that one back.
Yeah.
Control still in the hands of the Titans. Can they turn it into a goal here and push the lead to 3?
We're in a little bit of a scoring drought right now. Neither team can get through either's offense or
Chico
defense.
and Rosenberg, who had that good early shift, come back in. Brown is beat by Rosenberg. Mike Lee turns on the Jets. Their pass is high, deflected into no one in particular, and Chicago comes up with the stop.
And this crowd is still thirsty for a goal.
70-50 still the score. Only about a minute and a half to go unofficially until flag runner is released. And we see Matt Troy for the first time.
Trying to put in a bigger body, perhaps to just force their way through this New York defense.
It's an interesting matchup. Matt Troy's probably the most physically imposing keeper they have. And here's a chance for Matt Troy.
There it is.
Matt Troy. Oh,
no good. But the second
Cole
try by Justin Cole.
Oh, Cole's looked through, but they're saying no. Here comes Liam Zock to Matt Troy. Another chance. This time Matt Troy jams it home.
They had one hoop to choose from, and they found it.
Matt Troy answers the call, rewards the faith of the coaching staff with a huge goal to bring the Prowler within 1.
You love when a player who doesn't see a lot of field time gets on and just does their job so well.
70-60. If New York can score here, we will be right back where we've been in every game so far, at 80-60 at the 20-minute mark. Ball goes back up to Mike Lee. Lee tries to go, finds Annika Kim.
Annika
who shoots,
Kim misses.
Rims out, but Byron Ing has the rebound. Met by Cole. Shot is high off the rim.
They're calling
It's
blue
called a
ball.
turnover.
They're calling a
And here
turnover.
Justin Cole has a chance to run.
He's
Has
got
Troy as an option.
Annika Kim only.
Gets all the way to the hoop, and Cole finishes. It is tied at 70.
Wow. So Chicago Proud, despite the feeling of defense being the name of this game, Chicago Proud actually able to score more points in the first half of this game than they have the other 2 games thus far.
And Chicago finally got a couple chances to run in transition, which have been few and far between in the series for them. And we see the result there as Cole goes untouched coast to coast.
And we're hearing the countdown. This will be the last possession of the half.
So a tie game right now. New York has a chance to build a 1-goal lead before the stoppage. Also key is who's going to end up with dodgeball control. It's Prowls at the moment, and their beaters are essentially ignoring quad ball right now.
Yeah, they know the importance of maintaining dodgeball control going into the intermission.
And I think this is a foul against New York based on the AR's hands.
And that would end the half.
We'll see what the call is. Well, Chicago was able to win game 1 and get into a golden goal situation in game 2 despite being down 2 at the half. So I'm sure they feel thrilled to be tied right here.
That would, yeah, that changes some things going in. Not a ton as they're going to put a lot of pressure in that second game.
So a potentially huge error for New York is Vincenzo Chico in the fight for dodgeball control. Commits physical contact from behind. That turns the quad ball over, ends the half, and means New York will start down a beater when the flag runner is released.
That is huge for Chicago as they have dodgeball control going into the flag runner game.
Dodgeball control, only 1 opposing beater, and Noyes also has 2 for 2 in the series so far. I'm sure New York is thinking we're due to catch one in one of these games, but if they're starting down a beater, that's going to be a tall task.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm sure they feel they're due, but I have very little doubt that Noyes also is going to be the starting seeker for Chicago this game as well. They've performed their job, and they're, like you said, 2 for 2 on flagpoles.
Needed
so
only
far.
1 try in the first game and then only maybe 3 or 4 in the second game to come up with
they've
the winning
been
grab.
magical.
Now, we did see in game 1, New York was able to recover from the Chicago grab, but that grab only put Chicago up by 1 point. This, with the score tied, if it's quick, would put Chicago up 3.
I'm sure Chicago is looking to have a little bit more of an active second half than they did before. They had the lead, and they were 1 goal away for a majority of the second half of game 2, and they just let New York sneak back in and steal it out from under them.
And that's what we're watching for at the end here. Even if Chicago gets right up to the finish line again, do we see that tightness that we saw at the end of game 2 where they just couldn't find the look and started kind of pushing it a little bit, or can they stay calm and composed and get that last goal that they'll need?
We do still have that main quad ball line of Morella, Jackson.
It's Mike Lee instead of Leo Freed because I think they want Freed ready to seek. It's going to be Kellen Cupid to start.
As a
but Freed is
reminder,
right there with the yellow headband.
Kellen Cupid early in game 2 got a yellow card that took them out of commission and opened things up for Asura. So
yeah, that made it easy on Asura to get that grab. I'm sure Cupid is going to stay away from any swats this time.
Yeah, mind his P's and Q's. His P's and Cupids.
So Morella is back in the game, as you know. We have barely seen her in this game. She started and then has mostly waited on the bench. We know she's fighting through an injury that kept her out yesterday.
Yeah. It's Molly Potter, of course, but then the mix of Ryan Leary, Anna Blanchfield.
Huge game from Blanchfield in this one.
Annika Kim rotating through in the spot where Morella is typically at.
Yeah, and the Titans are continuing to produce, but not quite as much as they were able to in the first couple of games. It's a tie game. The refs are discussing something. I'm not sure exactly what. The players have returned to the field. For the Prowl, we are, unsurprisingly, again seeing the Matt Brown-Tad Walters combination as the beater pair with Justin Cole, Nathan Digman, Zhang, and Murphy as the 4 chasers out there for Chicago.
This might be some of the most exciting quad ball we've seen all weekend, and we're not even in the finals yet, Ben.
Game 2, I think, was the best game of the tournament, probably the best game of the season, coming down to that golden goal for both teams. I think the Seekers are both being warned to not leave the box early.
Oh, okay.
You're looking for any advantage, obviously, in a situation like this.
Yeah. A flag catch in this game it will sway the momentum.
Ball is passed right back to Justin Cole. Slow to start from the Prowl. They're just going to wait for the Seekers to come out before their offense tries to go to work here. It'll be Digman handling the ball. Cupid is going to try to block Oster right away, but Matt Brown will beat Cupid, so Oster will have a chance right away. Meanwhile, Digman is going to get right to the hoop. Titans back all the way up to try to get their beater release, and you have to advance there. So that was some smart game management from the Titans. Oster comes very close to a grab, but it won't stand. So Chicago's up 1. Oster's going to have another chance here.
Another chance.
Almost has it. Oster's long
Their
arms are a problem for
hand
this flag runner.
On it. Deflected by Tad Walters.
A miss, another missed beat.
Cupid's in the flag game now.
Cupid's now beat. Oster gets shoved down by the flag runner. Separated once flag was on the ground.
They did come
New
up
York
with
is
the flag,
not
but they're calling
advancing
it
almost at all here in the quad ball game. Jackson dances, loses the ball, saves it. Oster a beat. Brown and Walter self-control. Not much happening in the quad ball game. Now a pass to Mike Lee, who moseyed all the way to the hoop and just waited for the easiest pass he's going to receive.
Dodgeballs are locked in on the flag game. As suspected, we know how important this is.
Callan Cupid just trying to
teams.
block Noyes Ostra back at their own hoop. Walters and Kane both catch.
Wow.
Huge exchange of beats. Brown can catch. Ostra is beat, and now it'll finally be a chance for New York. No, Walters manages to save it.
Maintained it. Maintained
Callan Cupid
dodgeball
will have
control.
one shot here before Walters catches up. Kane catches Walters. Now a long chance for Cupid.
Oh, no.
Liam Zock subbed in at Seeker, but is immediately beat.
We do have arms raised. This is going to go against Tad Walters for back contact against Tate K.
Oof. Feel the shoe will be on the other foot here with Chicago potentially down a beater if we're correct about the call here. Yep. So Chicago wasn't able to take advantage of New York being down a beater. We'll see if New York can take advantage of Chicago now being down a beater. The ball is going to turn, and we'll see if Chicago does the same thing where they essentially just get out of New York's way and say, you have to score so we can get our beater back.
Yeah, I would be surprised if that's not what they do here.
You understand the thinking. It's also just goals are going to start to become very important in this game. But
yeah,
Chicago's not trying at all.
Whoever does not catch the flag, if anyone does, they're going to want those points back.
Right. It's just so hard when you only have one dodgeball, but you wonder if you should just trust this flag runner. Cupid tries to mount the flag runner. Zock is beat. And what if now, if you're the Chicago, you at the last second sneak up and try to slap the ball out of Lindsay's hand, but she's eventually going to get the goal. And Lindsay Rella sent that all the way into Lake Erie. But they're going to say that was excessive and bring the ball back to Chicago.
I don't know.
They're not going to get a card for this, are they?
I could see you want them to play. You don't want to be forced to bring their own player back in. They were forced to advance. There was no one in front of her.
Okay, no call is made. It's just that the ball's going to be brought back so that, the Prowl don't have to spend 2 minutes retrieving it.
Devin Lee in the beater game now.
Leo Fried is called clear. He's going to have a chance. Almost has it. Chicago's back full strength in the beer game, but Frieda's going to have a long opportunity here. Has it! Leo Fried has it! Huge grab from Fried, and this would be massive for New York.
We do have a hand raised by A.R. Ryan Sue, and we shall see if there was a foul committed on New York.
If it was in the quad ball game, even though it's unrelated, during advantage you can't score, so you also can't catch the flag. So that would be a real heartbreaker for New York if it's something totally unrelated.
That would be heartbreaking for Leo Fried and the New York Titans.
New York up 9-8. It's first to 13 in this game. So a catch here would put New York just 1 away. Not quite decisive, but close.
Everyone just holding their breath, waiting to hear what is going to come from this.
As a player, you're hoping that this gets called good in your favor, but New York, your mindset has to be this is going to get called off, and we just have to keep playing. We have to keep our heads. You can't
That's
get
what
too
you have to keep
frustrated
in
about
mind.
this kind of thing.
If it goes your way, great, what a wonderful surprise, but you have to, through this downtime, expect that it's not going to, and expect to just like get back to work.
All right, it's a pleasant surprise if the catch goes your way.
Exactly.
Both coaches / speaking captains over here asking for clarification. Flag runner's coming back. So if I were a betting man, I'd say this isn't going to stand.
Yeah, it looks like he's talking to Leo Fried, and I can't read lips, so I wish I knew what they were saying, but
Well, we've still got our little debate club going over there between the coaches and the head referee.
we do have the sock back on the flag runner, so
yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to
pretty strong indication that this is going to be turned over.
So over in the quadball game, it's 9-8, New York up 1. Chicago on offense. Obviously, the beaters have been all committed to the flag runner. So we'll see what Chicago wants to do there.
Yeah, game's still in favor of New York in that regard, as they do have dodgeball control. Tad Walters recently back in after serving his penalty, but he and beater partner Matt Brown haven't been able to get much headway in terms
They've been
of
what we call
getting control
cycled,
back.
where one of them is always beat. They can't all be going in at the same time because New York's
Exactly.
beaters are doing a great job just keeping them off kilter.
Leo Fried is such a formidable opponent. They have to use their dodgeball to get him out of the equation, but in return they get beat out, and yeah, like you said, they just can't work together. There's one of them always running back.
Regardless of what happens on this catch, this flag runner has been put on their back feet by Fried and Osra throughout the period. So you have to think they're not long for this pitch either way. The catch is good. That is huge. Leo Fried comes up massive in a big spot for the Titans. They are now 1 goal away from returning to the finals.
1 goal away, and so like I mentioned, Chicago wants that point back. They let Lindsay Morella just... Okay.
Leo Fried managed to get a blue card for unsporting conduct after the catch. If I were Leo Fried, I would just walk away right now. My team is 1 goal away. Just
yeah, it's
let
not
it go.
worth it. Let it go. Leo Fried coming off the pitch.
And John Jackson will have to serve the penalty because the
Jackson
seeker's
serving
not
the
on
penalty
the field
for him,
anymore
yes.
since the catch was good. So Chicago should have a chance to very quickly come up with 1 goal here, but they're going to need 5 total, and they're going to have to do what New York did in the last game, which is stonewall on that last goal. The trouble for Chicago there, there are 1 beaters over here. If I'm Devin Lee, maybe I just don't care if Chicago scores. I just try to get all the dodgeballs on the ground so my team has a chance to run and win.
That would, yeah.
But it looks like Lee is acting like they're going to track back into the play and stop quad ball. But Digman has a pretty clear pass to Darian Mersick-Ellis here.
Okay, no.
Not going to take it, though.
Not
Chicago's
gonna
going to take the
take it.
conservative route. All dodgeballs are on the ground now. Matt Brown gets 1, and it's going to be controlled to Chicago, so Chicago's patience pays off here. Here comes Digman. Goes all the way back up to Murphy. Mersick-Ellis is back in the play as well. Murphy goes to Mersick-Ellis. Remember, New York down a chaser here, but not for much longer. It's only a 30-second penalty on the blue card. Stalling warning is made. Digman has a ton of space now, but doesn't take it. Continued patience from Chicago. Over to Murphy. Dodgeballs hit the ground. Murphy goes back to Digman. Leo Fried is back in, but there's Mersick-Ellis, who is
blocked.
stonewalled. Lindsay Morello deflects it. Mersick-Ellis wins
Able to
this
pick
ball,
it
but I
up.
think they were beat earlier in the play.
Ooh. Dodgeball control has switched over to New York as well. So the Prowl did lose dodgeball control in that swing.
So Mersick-Ellis was beat and then made contact with the New York player, so they get a yellow card for illegal contact.
And this could be huge as New York is heading onto offense with just 1 goal to go.
Matt Brown does have their 1 dodgeball. Nathan Digman there and Kennedy Murphy as well. We'll see if New York wants to run. Mike Lee is the type of player who might just want to run and shoot here. But we'll see what the Titans decide to do. Devin Lee doesn't have their dodgeball in hand just yet, so the Titans might need to wait just a moment for them to pick that up.
It does look, based on body language, that they're going to crash the hoops here and just try to overwhelm Chicago.
They look like sprinters at the line. They're going to move up with some pace. Zhang trying to bother Lee from behind.
Zhang, those wheels again, such a speedy player.
Lee goes deep to Potter. Potter's going to have a chance to shoot. Bounce pass to Marilla.
Oh my.
Marilla hits it. A beautiful bounce pass from Molly Potter, and New York has the goal. They have the win. They have the series. The defending champs are back to the finals. They win 135-80.
Wow.
We talked that New York probably felt they were due for a flag runner grab. They get it there, and then they're able to punch it home and get the win.
Absolutely incredible performance by the New York Titans this game. They did what they needed to do. They took the time off between games and focused up and came up with a game plan to defeat the Chicago Prowl.
And to the Prowl, credit that in Game 3 they didn't let what happened to them in Game 2 take them out of the game. They had a great chance to win this one. It came down to the flag. But I think tonight on the flight home in the days to come, Chicago is going to be thinking a lot about the end of Game 2 when they were 1 goal away and eventually gave up 4 straight goals to New York without being able to get one for themselves. They would be in the finals right now if they could have just gotten 1 goal there. And I think that's going to end up being the story of the season for them.
Yeah, just really disappointing. It's such a great season for them to end in that way. But props to New York. They're heading back to the finals.
It'll be New York versus San Antonio in the finals. We'll kick it over to our analyst desk and then be back shortly for the finals.
Hello, everyone. You just saw New York Titans pull off a massive comeback after Game 1. After a thoroughly dominant Game 1, we all thought it was over. We thought it was New York's backs were on the wall, and that's when they said, we are ready to go. And they absolutely put on a clinic the last 10 minutes of the Game 2 to come back and win. And then Game 3. Now the question is, how does Chicago react? And as y'all were talking about in commentary, they came out and played really well. But Melinda, you were on commentary all 3 games. What did you notice from game in and game out from this New York Titans team?
They don't have any quit in them. Game 2, incredible last 10 minutes. They kept, I think, the same chaser line in for the vast majority of the second half of Game 2, and they held it down on defense and just waited for their offensive opportunities to chip away and take that second game away from Chicago. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and this Game 3, I said this with Darren during the pregame of this of right before the series game started. What happens when New York finally gets that flag runner catch, right? What happens? They got lucky. Chicago, I don't want to say lucky, but they were able to get 2 really quick catches immediately, but it felt like New York was due. It felt like they were going to catch this flag very quickly. And that's exactly what happened.
Somehow, some way, they made it happen. There was some activity in the dodgeball game that gave them the opportunity. Tad Walters with an untimely yellow card that put him in the penalty box and left Matt Brown alone against Tessa Chico and Devin Lee, which is a hard thing to do without flag runner on the pitch. So props to Leo Freed and props to New York for making that happen.
Absolutely. And also shout out to Tate K in that initial flag runner on pitch minutes.
Maybe it was Tate K. Yes.
Yeah, Tad Walters got a card on Tate K for illegal contact, and then Devin Lee ended up coming on to sub in for Tate and finish off the job. But yeah, Tate K with absolutely brilliant vintage Chico and K performance during flag runner on pitch to give them that fighting shot, and then Devin Lee coming in to clinch that Leo catch was absolutely insane finish. Now we are set up for the finals. It's the New York Titans coming off a grueling 3-game series versus a well-rested San Antonio squad. it's going to be the battle of the stars. I think these two teams probably have the most amount of Team USA talent
Yes.
on these rosters.
Oh my goodness.
And so it's going to be an absolutely electric showdown between the New York Titans, the number 1 seed out of the East, and the San Antonio Soldados, the number 1 seed out of the Southwest. New York Titans played great in their transition attempts, struggling at points in their half court, and the San Antonio Soldados, for everything they've done really well in transition, half court, all of that great execution that they've been able to do, can they maintain their composure? Will they get punched in the face, and how do they react? And that's all going to be answered in just a few minutes once we're done with the award ceremony. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we cannot wait to bring you the conclusion of a wonderful 2025 MLQ Championship and the 10-year anniversary of the sport.
1 year ago, New York became the third franchise in MLQ history to win a title. New York is about to either make it back-to-back or San Antonio Soldados will be the fourth. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Melinda Stopp. We are going to break down all of the action. It has been arguably one of the most exciting MLQ championships of all time. Me and Darren thought we had the series of the season between Boston and Minneapolis last night. You and Ben one-upped us with the New York-Chicago series we just watched. And now will New York have enough in the tank to hang with San Antonio? How do you think this one's going to go down?
I think we're going to have a great time this series, Ethan. Both teams absolutely stacked with talent. New York, like you said, the defending champs. They have the North Division most valuable player. And San Antonio, they have the South Division MVP, and they have the Rookie of the Year on their starting line. So I think we're in for a good one. Yeah,
two teams that just received a lot of accolades in the closing ceremonies here. Leo Fried getting the East Division MVP, David Avila getting the South Division MVP, and Izzy Ramirez, who will also be in the starting line, getting Rookie of the Year, a player whose name we're going to call a few times. First year playing quadball, an absolute star in the making. But there's plenty of stars to go around. There's Team USA talent up and down both of these rosters, but it's the young players that have made a big impact as well. That young line that really brought a spark for New York in game 3 there when they needed it most, when they kind of pulled away for a bit early on. So going to see how these teams go because both of them are deep with talent.
Absolutely. We're getting started here. Amadal, our head ref for this match.
Yeah, going to get us started. It's going to be, I believe, Avila running against John Jackson. The veteran wins the race, and Leo Fried will pick it up. Daniel Williams presses but misses the beat. Nunez, as Christian Barnes and Daniel Williams take a trade, long pass behind to Potter.
Some early aggressive dodgeball play in this game.
Potter goes to Morella. Morella is going to try to settle it down, but more press. Polly Potter now doing her part. Great job by Morella and Potter to keep this play alive, and now a lob. Hayden Boys, though, wins the air ball against Leo Fried. No easy feat. San Antonio gets the first stop.
We have a stoppage of play. We had some dodgeballs exit the field, and San Antonio somehow comes up with to New York 0 dodgeballs as they get all the balls back on the field and play restarted here.
So control with San Antonio. This Williams-Nunez combo has been cooking all day, as has this first quad ball line. Boys in transition, tries to go around John Jackson, but Jackson is able to mess with the shot enough, goes high.
So both teams unsuccessful in their starting drives.
Yeah, I mean, these are two teams who are going to be filling each other out. We have a lot of quad ball to play here, but Boys has not missed many of those. Obviously, Jackson brings that extra bit of physicality and that length, makes it a little harder to get a shot around. Chico and Jason Rosenberg now the beaters for New York. Again, trying to get control back. Potter goes behind to Morella. Patience here from New York. This first line loves to play patient, whereas this San Antonio team always wants to be explosive. Real clash in styles. John Jackson now working on Hayden Boys. Press coming from Nunez. Jackson's out of the play. It's now to Morella. Morella needs to find somebody. Zips it behind.
Ooh.
Oh, almost makes the shot from an impossible angle.
That would have been crazy, but not unheard of from the great Lindsay Morella. However, no goal as we've got.
Yeah, it's going to be David Avila going end to end. Leo Fried makes the big hit. Hands immediately go up. The goal is no good, but if this card's coming against Fried, it's probably going to be an Avila goal to open up scoring here.
He's just too close.
Headrest Amadal about to give us the call. So Amadal's going to say that Leo Fried goes high, contact to the neck, yellow card, first card of the game, and it might result in the first goal of the game as Avila is going to get a chance to score here.
Avila has to get through John Jackson and Lindsay Morella to get this ball in the hoop. Passes it off.
Yeah, bounce pass to Hayden Boys. Boys misses again, and like we said, so uncharacteristic as Avila can't quite get to the loose ball. So a couple golden opportunities there from Hayden Boys go awry. Now New York will get a chance to kill this power play. They also still need to find a way to get control off of Williams and Nunez. It's Devin Lee and Christian Barnes coming into the game. Devin Lee was a spark plug for New York in the semifinals.
Absolutely. Christian Barnes entering for Tessa Chico, who managed to get on the field without a headband. So we'll see if she re-enters soon. But yes, Devin Lee, absolutely a game changer.
Dodgeball's on the ground. Lindsay Morella has to get by Kat Hay.
Strip.
Can't do it. Great play by the young player there out of the Texas State program. Molly Potter just puts one up there to Freed. Now Potter has it again. Potter launches, goal. New York shorthanded opens the scoring.
She was due for that. She took so many great shots in the semifinal series against Chicago, and they just weren't quite landing. Really happy to see that hit the target there. As we have San Antonio bringing the ball up on the far side.
So now Matt Blackwood looking to come into the game for boys after a very rare scoreless streak for that first line. Leo Freed comes flying across with the stop. Avila gets on it. John Jackson makes the wrap and then it's beat. Avila, bounce pass to nobody in particular.
Ooh.
All the things that have been working for San Antonio all day, that have been working for them all season, just not quite working against this veteran group from New York.
They're going to need to have a little bit more patience on offense if they're going to find those holes against the New York defense. They're just too strong.
Yep. John Jackson taking their time as we clip up towards 4 minutes. A low-scoring affair to open up this finals of the 2025 championships. Freed, who is not part of last year's team, has never won an MLQ championship. Moves over to Jackson, gets it back here. Kat Hay is beat out of the play. Now it's a press from Daniel Williams. Williams forces the pass away. Morella was able to get there. I think they said that the throw was late by Jackson. So now Jay Stewart into the game, looking to open up the scoring for San Antonio.
New York has no dodgeballs.
Yeah, and nobody is stopping Javian Stewart from getting on the board.
He
We are not
set
up to
that
one.
quad ball into the next universe on that shot. He wanted it.
Yeah.
We're knotted up 1-1.
Stewart just so hard to stop with a full head of steam, the way that they are so shifty. And nobody from New York was able to lay a hand on them there. And really, Daniel Williams and Nunez have been putting on a clinic. I don't think Lee and Chico have been able to get control for even more than a second here. Another beat on a side hoop, but it's great rotations out of San Antonio. Now Freed's going to get it in space. Chaos creating the dodgeball game. Freed finishes over Kat Hay. New York takes the lead once again.
If you get those dodgeballs on the ground, that's going to give players like Leo Freed and John Jackson just room to move.
Now Matt Blackwood, you mentioned dodgeballs on the ground. There's still no dodgeballs in the play. They get it to Jay Stewart again. But Leo Freed, as he was doing in the big moments of Game 2 when New York saved their season, just has those long arms and seems to be getting them on everything today.
He's a wall. Just like their jerseys. Just make it a little bit bigger and you've got Leo Freed.
Fair enough. As we said, the East Division MVP recently named after a North Division MVP with Detroit a year ago. Freed pump fakes Nunez to a full turnaround, but then Nunez returns the favor, forces a pass.
Nunez playing high, just really almost taking Freed out of this play completely.
Tay-K now subbing into the game. New York just looking for a way to get control wrestled from Williams and Nunez. At least they've been able to get goals despite it, though, as now Morella tries her luck. Jay Stewart, as he has all day, just been flying around that middle hoop. Everyone thinks it's open. It's never open when Jay Stewart's around.
They've got hops.
Blackwood now looking to settle it down. 2-1 in favor of New York. Dodgeball control has been consistently with San Antonio. Melissa Villalba now into the game, goes behind to Molina Sosa, and stop me if you heard this before. Leo Freed goes flying through the air and knocks it down. Jay Stewart's trying to keep the play alive. Blackwood's now in a foot race with Morella. Morella gets beat, has to kick it forwards, but it's just going to be picked up by San Antonio. They're going to get to restart the possession.
Yeah, Morella smartly just kicking that away, preventing San Antonio from picking it up at the midline.
Importantly, though, Daniel Williams' beat he had to make to stop Morella from getting there finally gives control over to New York. We'll see what they're able to do with it. It's in a 7-minute shift now for Williams and Nunez. At some point, something's got to give there.
Yeah, when do they get tired?
Blackwood moves it over to Stewart. John Jackson steps up high, back over to Blackwood. In fairness, we haven't seen.
Ooh.
Oh, Stewart's just able to save it.
What a lucky save. That was almost disastrous.
In fairness, we have yet to see a quad ball sub for New York either, so it's not just Williams and Nunez who might start to have tired legs. Stewart goes around John Jackson and whips it back across over Leo Freed, not to be stopped. Jamin Stewart has a brace, and we're not up at 2.
Wow. Just, wow. The ability to move the quad ball around like that. So impressive from Stewart.
Yeah, now we get a full quad ball line sub, exactly what we were just talking about from New York. That first line played almost 8 minutes, and Williams and Nunez stay on the field and once again have control. Byron Ng, who's really one of the great distributors on this New York team, subs in, along with Shakti Kodaswaran, Anna Blanchfield, and Annika Kim.
We've got Miguel Esparza on the field now, too, for San Antonio.
Yeah, Jay Stewart got a well-deserved break after ripping that shot. Byron Ng has the ball up top, working on Blackwood. Their 2 Rutgers and UTSA teams have a lot of history together in college nationals. Annika Kim also part of those Rutgers teams in the past. Tate K makes a beat on Nunez. Dodgeballs are on the ground. Annika Kim tries a shot. Melena Sosa drops it down. Miguel Esparza is looking to go end to end.
He is moving.
Yeah.
No one in front of him. Too easy for someone like Miguel Esparza to put on the wheels and go.
The quad ball talent just runs so deep on this team. I mean, when Miguel Esparza is subbing in on your 3rd quad ball line.
Yeah, that's crazy. Any other team, he'd be a starter for sure.
Yeah. As is Luis Sanchez, also a member of Team USA in the green headband subbing in. Sosa and Villalba staying out on the field.
Nunez and Williams still in the dodgeball game for San Antonio as well.
Yeah, going to be a 10-minute shift soon for the pair. Kodaswaran now has the ball up top. 3-2 in favor of San Antonio. Annika Kim being patient here. Tate K went for the broom beat on the keeper, didn't quite get it to work. Now a press might be coming. Tate K just has to walk back. Alex Amendahl is going to call a stall. Miguel Esparza tracks in on Anna Blanchfield. Back contact gets it back to Hoops, but Baltimore Nunez in the meantime is cleaning up the play. It's another stop for San Antonio. 10 minutes in here, 3-2 in the finals.
San Antonio really shutting down this New York offense. All that power and nowhere to put it.
With Sanchez in the lane once again. The shots are starting to rain down. The ones Hayden boys couldn't hit early on, everyone else on the team is picking them up for them. He's the head coach, and his teammates have his back.
Cody Swarin just doesn't quite have the same reach of John Jackson, Leo Freed. That ball went a little bit outside their reach.
Yep, 4-2 now. San Antonio starting to get footing in this game. Ng now has the ball up top. Patience here from Ng. Brings it into the well. Goes over to Kodaswaran. Hoops D here from San Antonio. Nunez is going to explode out of it.
Press from Nunez.
Yeah. Christian Barnes now in the game alongside Tate K, but it's been all dodgeball control for Nunez and Williams. Shot to the top hoop from Kodaswaran. Hits off, but it is Ng getting to it. A quiet, slow game 1 as 2 talented teams feel each other out. Kim has a lot of space. Nobody's stepping to her. Goes over to Kodaswaran as Daniel Williams considers a beat. Now Kim's in the lane. Goes high to Blanchfield. It's going to be a turnover. Yeah, and I think we're going to see the sub start coming in now. New York considering going back to a lot of its first line. John Jackson and Leo Freed checking back in.
We've got change in the dodgeball game as well as they still can't find any purchase against Nunez and Williams.
Yeah, Isaac Sarah Diaz and Christian Barnes checking in. I think they're starting to hope that the purchase might be a sub, but it doesn't seem to be coming for the beater pair. And meanwhile, the shots are starting to rain down for San Antonio.
Just wow.
And Miguel Esparza rips one there. It's 5-2.
A lot of dodgeballs being thrown. Balls on the ground. John Jackson just biding his time, waiting to cross that midfield line for things to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, because even with the chaos, still control with Williams and Nunez. Every minute of the game so far for the pair. Molly Potter has the ball behind. Potter fakes out Hay a couple times. Nunez comes quickly to Freed. Freed gets beat, but Daniel Williams is there to follow up when Molly Potter would have gotten the rebound.
What an absolute sniper. Okay, it looks like Williams is finally subbing out. My goodness, I think he's earned this rest.
And he is pumped. I don't think he's low energy on the sideline at all.
He could keep going.
13-minute shift for Nunez and Williams.
He could have kept going. He just said, hey, let me give my teammate a chance to shine now.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to play flag runner on pitch too, so they need to get a break eventually.
Yeah.
Sanchez has the ball up top. Cat Hayes gets into the lane. Cat Hay gets it behind Miguel Esparza, has, I believe, their third goal. A hat trick for the veteran. It's a 4-goal lead. Now it's finally chaos in the dodgeball game. John Jackson needs to make this count before it gets out of hand. Goes around Sanchez. Two San Antonio players slam into each other. Nobody stops John Jackson. 6-3.
Especially. So, I mean, Nunez and Williams keeping control of the dodgeballs for that long has really been what was affecting the first part of this game, limiting New York to 3 goals.
Yeah, we're having an injury on the San Antonio side. Tijerina is going to go down. But, you know, immediately, the first time that Nunez and Williams weren't in the game, New York gives up the goal, but was able to create chaos, finally get control, and score a goal. And that's kind of what we've seen, you know, watching this San Antonio team all season. They've kind of been getting through the storm when the pair isn't out there. They haven't been playing 12 minutes to start every game, but you kind of see the difference, and we'll kind of see how San Antonio finds a way to eat up those minutes while they aren't on the field.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy until you run out of Daniel Williams.
Yeah, until the wheels fall off.
And Nunez. So, well-deserved rest, especially as this game goes on. But now that things are kind of looking up for New York, I'm excited to see what they do with it. I'm excited to see them shine and maybe take back control of this game a little bit. They are down 3.
Yeah. And, you know, we talk about tired legs on the San Antonio side, but San Antonio side played 2 fairly one-sided games this morning. New York played 3 incredibly tight games, fought for their life in Game 2. The players who are on the field now, with the exception of Ryan Leary, played an extended shift at the end of that game as they kind of clawed their way back into the series. So, you know, if maybe San Antonio is a little tired from playing a long shift in this game, but, I mean, these legs on the New York side have to be getting a little slow.
Yeah, all those games, that extra game, like you said, it was tight against a very tough Chicago Prowl.
Yeah.
It's going to take its toll.
Yeah, and due to the weather delay, obviously a tight turnaround into the finals as well, with them playing the final game before the finals.
Exactly.
So Chris De La Fuente is going to come in for Javi Tijerina. Hard to say what the injury was. It looked like maybe something just cramped up. It was kind of like a thigh thing.
A lower leg or lower appendage injury.
Yeah. Didn't look like anywhere near the knee. I know that's always the major concern when we see those things.
Yeah.
So, separate from the goal, there was incidental contact to the head called on, I believe it would be Jason Rosenberg.
Yeah.
So, the goal's still going to stand, but unfortunately, the dodgeball control that New York had finally wrestled out of the hands of San Antonio is going to go right back to them.
We spent so long talking about it, saying, here's New York's chance, and never mind. But we'll see what they can do now.
Yeah. Alex Amadal ready to get us started. Almost at 14 minutes here in Game 1, a 6-3 San Antonio lead. Lights are now on here in Buffalo. Sanchez in the lane, trying to pick out Izzy Ramirez. Can't get that one. And it is New York getting a stop. Again, chaos in the dodgeball game. Chris De La Fuente was able to drop back. Bryant's off broom. No, yeah. It is going to be Chris De La Fuente keeping control and pressing. Now Leo Freed gets in the lane, finds Ryan Leary. Leary can't handle that one.
Yeah.
Just a little wide.
They saw a dodgeball down, but San Antonio was heading back. It wasn't an opportunity to push the pace there.
Miguel Esparza, 3 goals to their name already. 3-goal lead for San Antonio. Looking to add to that total with control in the hands of Kyle Bryant and Chris De La Fuente. Cat Hay into the lane. Settles it down. Didn't like the look as a lot of players stepped her. This time goes over the top to Ramirez. I think Ramirez got beat, but also Leo Fried has the block. Fried, a big reason this game isn't 8 or 9-3 instead of just 6-3.
Leo Fried just absolutely keeping New York's defense in this game.
John Jackson walking the ball down here. Chico, a big beat there on De La Fuente. It's going to give Fried a lot of space.
Fried sees the room to run, and he takes it.
Yeah. And the one tricky thing that we see at times from this Esparza-Lewis Sanchez line, not a ton of size, and obviously Leo Fried's able to hit the lane and get it into the hoop, but plenty of offensive talent.
Whoa!
Oh, but Leo Fried has the antidote once again. 2 plays, 1 on each side from the East Division MVP.
What can't he do, Ethan?
I know. I had the pleasure to ask that for 5 years while coaching at Harvard. So, John Jackson walking the ball down. The lead is back to 2 after it got as big as 4. But control is with De La Fuente and Bryant. The difference is they're just getting pushed out of the defensive end, even though they're keeping control. That's what's allowing New York to get a little more foothold on offense. Tap beat on Ramirez, but a good shift by the defense. Nothing to see there for John. Lindsay Morello pumps once, pumps twice, hits Jackson. Jackson in the lane, shoots, goes low. Leo Fried comes with the rebound. Loose ball picked up by Esparza. Esparza's looking to
running,
run.
wrapped up.
Oh! And I think John Jackson may have pushed Miguel Esparza back into the keeper zone.
That's what it looked like to me. This would be a quad ball turnover at the San Antonio keeper line, if so.
I think there might be a conversation as well about whether John Jackson got beat.
The assistant ref did indicate a foul on San Antonio, and we'll see after this conversation what they're able to deduce.
But yeah, what a game, a back and forth affair. It really looked like San Antonio might just have the fresher legs and might start to pull away, but New York's put up a real fight to get back into this one. It's going to be a legal procedure. It's going to be the reset from Esparza.
What an incredible heads-up play from John Jackson. Wow.
I don't know if John Jackson's going to be able to make much of this. He does have Leo Fried as an option. I'm trying to figure out where the dodgeballs are, and they might be out of the play. Oh, Miguel Esparza!
Oh, my God.
But Leo Fried has it. Wrapped there on Luis Sanchez. Huge play there by Sanchez and Esparza.
Wow.
And now Chris De La Fuente is going to make a play for control successfully. Dodgeball's all over the ground. Now it's going to be no dodgeballs.
Now it's time for San Antonio to run.
A little bit too much aggression there from the New York Beaters. Avia going end to end. John Jackson comes flying into the play. I'm sorry, I think it might have been Morella. A lot of bodies just collapsing on those hoops.
Oh my goodness. San Antonio Beaters just opening up the play for them, and they finally realized they needed to run. The time is now. New York had no dodgeballs in the play. They do it. Just the second New York Chasers needed to get back. Lindsay Morella comes flying in. We'll see if that calls on her and what happened.
Yeah, and a lot's talked about this first line from New York, and sometimes their patient play and how sometimes they have trouble to score goals in droves in the way maybe the top San Antonio lines do. But when they're not the heavy favorites, when they don't need to be blowing someone out, they are so tough and so hard to score on and make every moment difficult for their opponents. That's what San Antonio is finding out. But I think a call is going to go against New York here, and I think it's going to give David Avila a very good chance to score.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely not surprised at how tough New York is playing right now. We saw it in the semifinals. We've seen it all season, and this is just the norm for them at this point.
So John Jackson, I think the one who was in the end the one who stopped Avila, was beat the entire time. So it seems like unknowingly continue to play through it. So didn't want to penalize John Jackson, but also to not penalize San Antonio for that action, is going to turn the ball back over to Avila.
Yeah, so John Jackson out of the play, won't be able to reach through that hoop to block. This looks like a pretty open opportunity here for San Antonio to bring it up to the 7. John Jackson continuing to converse with Alex Hamadal about the call.
So I don't think
I think
anybody's
just
stopping.
for clarification, perhaps, not arguing.
Yeah. Avila, very free goal there. The lead extends back to 3 after a 2-0 run from New York had brought it back down to 2.
And you notice how he shot that through the front of the hoop, sending it back behind, just taking away any opportunity for New York to get a quick transition on this next offense.
Yeah, I think defense gets set back up. Hayden Boyce checking back into the game along with Avila. Devin Lee now going to play their second shift along with Tessa Chico. Mike Lee goes high to Byron Ing. Ing soaring through the air. Ing fires a dunk through, and it's 7-5. Hayden Boyce wants to go the other way immediately. Finds Avila. Avila, easy goal there.
They said, anything you could do, we can do also.
But I think a call is coming against San Antonio here.
Yeah, this might be coming back.
And I will say, while I mentioned earlier that Byron Ing has spent a lot of time this season pulling the strings of the offense for New York, a year ago, the last couple years playing for the Chicago Prow, they were playing mainly as a player at X behind the hoops, where they had the kind of Leo Freed type aerials and big dunks, the highlight plays. Seems like New York switched something up a little bit there. Mike Lee was playing with the ball in hand, and Byron Ing showing what they can do off ball as well as on ball.
You love to see a player that can do both.
So it's a yellow card against Chris De La Fuente for contact from behind. It's going to negate the goal, give New York a power play. This could easily be a 20-point swing that could basically make us neck and neck heading into flag runner game.
That would be so exciting. As we've seen, the flag game has really impacted these semifinal results.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's going to happen when the top teams in the league are this close in talent, which has been so exciting to see all season. There, Lee tried to find Ing again. This time, Ing was denied. Lee having trouble picking up the ball, but obviously the surface has been a little wet all day, and it's definitely affected the ball for all teams. Mike Lee tries a shot this time. Avila has the answer. This is going to be called out on Lee, so Hayden Boyce gets to inbounds. Control is now in the hands of Tessa Chico and Devin Lee, however. 18.5 minutes here now, 7-5. Can New York find a press here against one beater, or are they just going to let San Antonio kill this penalty? We know New York likes to play patient, but could it be too patient here when they're playing with the player advantage?
Yeah, I would have expected to see them press a little bit and try and get a quick transition, maybe fast break attempt on offense, and okay, here we go.
Instead, it's a well-executed trap as Tessa Chico goes out, as Mike Lee covers the passing option, and then in transition, it's Lee, it's Ing, it's Morella, it's 7-6.
Byron coming in, picking up that ball out of the chaos and just flipping it out to Morella, who's free at the far hoop. Incredible.
Cat Hayes now going to have the ball. We're getting very close to 20 minutes here. 7-6 is the score. At times, it felt like San Antonio could pull away. Lead as big as 4. Now back down to 1. Villalba has the ball behind. Screen being set on hoops here by Avila. Goes back up to Hay. Hay hitting the lane. 19 minutes just announced. Hayden Boyce wants to shoot.
Ooh.
Oh, goes high. Avila, did they get off in time?
Oh,
they put it through the hoops. No, I think the refs are going to have a discussion.
He did look beat before. And in my eyes, I saw a beat before. And
also possibly didn't go through the hoops.
Possibly, yeah. I didn't go through the hoop. So San Antonio, obviously a little questioning.
Yeah.
What that call would be.
Credit to Hayden Boyce
or New York,
for holding on to that ball and being like, I'm not going to give it back to New York before someone decides that my team scored a goal.
Yeah, in my eyes, that wasn't a goal from San Antonio.
We've got great refs, and our refs know that if there's going to be, if some people saw things differently, we're going to get together and we're going to figure out what the right decision is.
Absolutely. And I've been appreciating that all weekend. We've had maybe a little bit longer discussions, but I appreciate that they are willing to get this correct.
Yeah.
They know what's at stake.
Now Jacob Ehrlich, the head coach for New York, asking some questions. Boy's the head coach from Houston, just happens to be in the area as the player holding the quad ball. Yeah, goal's just going to be called no good. Nothing else to be called in the play. Hayden Boyce is going to remain in possession. And Avila is out of the play. I think we have a hoop issue on the other side, so we're just going to take a quick break. No, I think we're all ready with a new hoop. It's always helpful when one of your ARs is also the builder of the hoops.
Hoop manufacturer. It makes it very easy to get these equipment issues sorted out in a timely manner. This stoppage of play shouldn't extend too much longer as that hoop is back up and running.
Yeah, and we always appreciate, obviously, Matt Melton as well as K-Melt, a lovely new child, Archer, here with them. But they are always putting the extra mile for this sport in everything they do.
Appreciate them. And we're getting started.
Hayden Boys in the lane here trying to work on Mike Lee. Lee gets it behind the Viaba. Viaba puts one, puts twice, scores.
Boys held on to that until he saw the opportunity to let it go and give Viaba that shot.
Starting beaters now back in for San Antonio. A fast break opportunity,
pass.
but the pass goes high, like you said, and Nunez is able to clean it up. Wasted opportunity from New York because Daniel Williams was out of the play. There was only the one dodgeball of Nunez. Chasers were out of position, but
just a little bit too fast on that try. This will be the last possession.
Yeah. San Antonio up 2, could take a 3-goal lead into the 20 minutes. I think most people would say that New York probably has the edge in the seeker game, so it would be a valuable point if they can get it.
Expect them to maybe be a little patient on this as he's driving.
Not at all. David Avila, the South Division MVP, does not know the meaning of the word patient, scores, and they go up 3.
What do I know? I'm looking at dodgeball games. New York with dodgeball control going into the second half. I would say, I was going to say I expected San Antonio to have a little bit of patience and try to get dodgeball control back on their side. But no, Avila said, we're good. I'm going to take the point instead.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's been a very fun game, but kind of similar to what we saw all weekend from San Antonio. It's not that teams haven't been able to punch back at them. It's not that other teams haven't been able to get on the board. It's just that they score so much that it's really hard to keep up with them.
They are getting creative. They're finding ways to score. They're bringing the ball up the lane, and then they're just waiting for that right cut. They're waiting for that right time. They're waiting for dodgeballs on the ground and taking the chances when they come. Against this New York defense, it's few and far between, but they're there, and they're absolutely taking advantage of those opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, it comes down to flag runner pitch, how these teams are going to play it. My assumption is it's going to be all dodgeballs on the flag runner. So then it's going to come down to what do these two teams want to do lineup-wise in the quad ball game, and how fast do they want to take it. Like we said, San Antonio often doesn't know the meaning of the word patient. New York definitely does. So we'll see who can set the pace of this flag runner on pitch period.
And we will see, because with just one more goal, San Antonio can take the flag game kind of out of. What am I trying to say?
At minimum, even if New York catches,
they
San
tie it
Antonio
up.
will have the edge going into the final period.
Exactly. Thank you. So, a little bit more focus they might opt to put into the quad ball game to sort of neutralize any flag pull that New York might be able to come up with.
Melinda and I come from a time where being out of range meant a little bit more than it does now.
It's been a time, Ethan.
Yes. So John Alvarez is going to get the start for San Antonio. Leo Freed for New York. We've basically seen 2 seekers from each team. Alvarez switches off with Christian Cortez, who's already in a yellow headband on the bench. Leo Freed has been switching off with Kellen Cupid. Stephen Tremple out of the Boston program is going to be our finals flag runner. Alex Amadal sets the stakes. It's 9-6. We have a set score of 15 here in Game 1 of the MLQ 2025 Championship. Obviously cannot be a decisive game. It's a best 2 out of 3 series. Sure enough, I believe it is all dodgeballs in the flag running game.
Yeah, they've gone all in.
Mike Lee is going to take the ball into the corner. In no rush to run this half court. John Jackson now has the ball.
San Antonio did get dodgeball control back.
Potter tries to set a screen. Hayden Boyes goes right through it. Morella sees the contact coming from Avila, gets it off. Jackson back to Lee. Lee's going to have to make it count now. Tries to poster, can't get it to go. Think there's going to be a foul on the call, yes. And Sosa's going to go in the books for knocking down that hoop, I think, before the contact came from Lee.
Yeah, unfortunate and just part of the game.
Hey, we all know the little bit of gamesmanship on if you can time it right when the context comes, can you get that hoop down?
Yeah.
It's a part of our sport. We play a sport with hoops, but that time Sosa went a little early, and Alex Amadal all over it.
So this puts San Antonio down a chaser on defense.
I believe it'll be for the about the length of Alex Amadal's whistle, though, because Mike Lee is now standing alone in front of a hoop and is about to have the ball back.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Sorry, they will not have the ball back because it wasn't a foul committed on Mike Lee. So it's just going to be a foul on the chaser, and John Jackson's going to keep the ball.
He might receive some pressure from Hayden Boyes here, but still, Lee quite open right next to hoop.
John Jackson has Molly Potter as an option. Has Mike Lee as a half option because Avila is definitely going to step to that pass.
Yeah, Avila is poised to take that step. That does leave then the center hoop open, so they do have options.
Jackson's actually just going to slow it down, wait for a screen from Molly Potter. This time, Molly Potter gets the better of Hayden Boyes. That forces Avila to swap over. It leaves Mike Lee all alone.
Perfect.
John Alvarez going hard here on Tremple.
Perfect move by Molly Potter.
Hayden Boyes now bringing it up slow. Oh, a great beat by Tate K there.
Alvarez had a ton of time with the flag runner there. Well-timed beat by Tate K.
Yeah, it's never easy to catch a final flag runner. Bounce pass special from David Avila to Alyssa Villalba, who finishes. Oh, Tessa Chico goes for the jump beat. Can't get it. Cristobal Fuentes now in at seeker for the Soldados.
Soldados with dodgeball control. Avila running.
And Avila goes end to end. David Fuente might have the catch. At the same time, Avila might have a goal. It might be a 4-point play that pretty much ends game one.
John Jackson did deflect the ball from Avila just moments as he was getting ready to shoot or getting ready to try and get that wrist through the hoop. So I think the play was stopped before the interaction occurred. So ball would still be in Avila's hands, but very close here. Catch is good by De La Fuentes.
Yeah, big from De La Fuente there. And that is going to put Soldados on the verge of a win. We don't want to say anything too soon, though, because we saw what New York did in Game 2 against Chicago.
Yes.
Score is 13-7.
Set score is
15. So
15.
San Antonio needs 2. And like we said, possibility that Avila can get one immediately
on the precipice of a goal here, but New York's defense is incredible.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in that game too, right? I mean, John Jackson did not give Avila an inch. Tessa Chico came up with the beat, and they had the stop.
Don't expect any less from New York as this game winds down, potentially here. They are not afraid of this point differential.
Lee back to Morella. A long pass from Lee there all the way up to Jackson. Hoop gets knocked over here.
That looked clean.
I think it was just coincidental. A dodgeball
Yeah.
flying in the area.
Yeah.
Two Titans players are out of the play, so they're going to slow it down. Now a stall warning comes from Amadal.
Viaba and boys pressing now. There's only 2 hoops up, so they've gone a modified 2-2.
Oh, Mike Lee goes high, but David Avila goes higher. But oh no, Milena Sosa can't get control of the ball. It's a turnover to Morella. But will Morella have passing options? Daniel Williams is trying to close things down.
That third hoop is back up now.
She's just going to do it herself.
Yes!
She does it herself.
Lindsay Morella!
How many times this season have we seen Lindsay Morella be up against an impossible press attempt from the opponents and still find a shot?
That shot, that angle on the run, amazing. We'll see how San Antonio responds here. They're still 2 away from ending this game.
Yeah. Boys and Avila, it's basically almost the full first line, but Sosa also in.
No
Avila
good.
has one go wide there on the shot. And like we said, as good as this first line has been, Boys and Avila have been a little tight at times. They're going to go to a line who knows a lot about championships from both their time at UTSA and also their time in the club and MLQ games. Matt Blackwood and Jay Stewart checking in.
Matt Blackwood, Jay Stewart, and Izzy Ramirez in this game for San Antonio.
Isaac Serna-Diaz now playing alongside Tessa Chico in the dodgeball game. And it's still that starting pair for San Antonio of Nunez and Daniel Williams. They're probably each going to clock about 20 minutes of game time played in this one.
I wish I knew how many steps they had today.
Unfortunately, no, they can't wear those watches. Oh, Blackwood jumps in front of a pass. Blackwood falls off, and now Shakti Kotoswaran is going to have an opportunity. John Jackson's behind the play.
Wow.
It's these little errors that are starting to creep into the San Antonio game. There was the Sosa loose ball that led to the Morella goal, and then there's the Blackwood stumble that leads to the John Jackson goal.
We have AR Matt Melton calling a foul on New York here. So unfortunate for San Antonio that, like you said, just these little mistakes adding up, and it's not necessarily things that they're getting cards for, not fouls, not things that are, taking players out of the game, but it's just little mistakes that New York is able to capitalize on, and it's allowing them to slowly creep back into this game.
Yeah, and on these long championship days, as the legs get tired, as the brains get just a little less sharp, that is usually when those little mistakes start to become decisive in the big moments. And, we saw some of that from Chicago. We saw some of that late last night in that Boston-Minneapolis series as two teams just scrapped with each other for what seemed like 2 hours. And it's kind of what defines – I always say that when it comes to the major championships in quadball, it is often a marathon, not a sprint. It's about surviving. It's about staying healthy. As we get a call on Isaac Serna-Diaz. So that's going to be a power play in the beer game for San Antonio.
Unsporting conduct, blue card on
it's going to be on Nunez. So
Nunez.
each team has a beater headed to the box. The New York beater will be headed there for a little bit longer with the yellow card to Nunez's blue card. Our ref crew, to their credit, has really not let anybody get away with anything in terms of talking back to them, making ref calls. They've been on top of that, setting the tone all weekend long and consistently doing so.
They have a standard and they're upholding it.
Matt Blackwood walking the ball down here. Not really a power play, but Daniel Williams does have 2 of the dodgeballs.
Yeah,
Daniel
Williams with the advantage.
1.5 gets beat. Jay Stewart now hits the lane, dodges Chico's beat, goes back, forth, but Shakti Kotoswaran has the beat. Blackwood tries to go big. John Jackson gets bigger, and Jay Stewart can't keep it in play.
Oh, Jay Stewart and Izzy Ramirez chasing the same ball.
It's going to be called Soldados inbounds. They said that John Jackson touched it last. Jay Stewart hits the lane. Lindsay Morella makes the stop. Shakti Kotoswaran trying to take off, but no. Baltimore Nunez is in the play. I don't trust. Kotoswaran does not care.
Ooh.
Gets the pass across, but Daniel Williams makes Molly Potter go for a dodge.
Yeah, a little bit of a wild pass. Plus the beat coming in. That wasn't looking good for Molly Potter.
Next line of Quadball players comes in for San Antonio. We've talked about it all weekend because we've seen it all weekend. Things get tight when you're a couple goals away from winning a game. The half-court seem that much harder. The other team's going that much more intensely. Sosa throws it right into the hands of Molly Potter.
Wow. This New York defense, and I don't know that there's much else that can be said. I'm just in awe of them and their ability to keep their team in games.
Yeah. As we've said, a lot of this weekend, this season, San Antonio's looked like an unstoppable force. New York has proven to be the immovable object for a lot of this game.
San Antonio has not scored since De La Fuentes caught the flag 5 minutes ago.
This game's back down to a 1 quad ball point differential, but obviously the catch makes it a 4-point lead. Shakti Swan's going to get there. Jay Stewart's going to go for a hit.
Cody
it's going to be a
Swama
foul.
shakes him
Lindsay
off.
Morella goes over Milena Sosa.
Dunk!
And we are starting to creep into a game again here.
Are we going to have a repeat of Game 2, New York versus Chicago?
I can't imagine that New York still has the energy in the tank to do that again.
Incredible. And to your point a moment before, the training, the wherewithal, things that you do in the regular season to prepare for this day, and it comes down to who just did it better.
Alex Amadal about to give us the call. So that is the back contact from Jay Stewart we said was coming. But he's not going to the box because the goal was good for Lindsay Morella. We are down to a 3-point margin. New York suddenly only needs 5 to San Antonio's 2.
San Antonio just you can tell that they're starting to feel the pressure here. They're starting to get a little scared.
Yeah. And they're starting to go a little more veteran. Luis Sanchez in the game. I wonder if Miguel Esparza is soon to follow. Jay Stewart, though, is going to take another try. Like I said, he's no stranger to situations like this. Sanchez rips a shot. Once again, New York has the answer. And I think what's interesting is New York's doing this comeback with a different group this time. Last time it was that first line. Now it's Shakti Swarn and Byron Ing playing big minutes. Jay Stewart, though, this time is just going to posterize Lindsay Morella. Now it is game point for San Antonio.
Jay Stewart just taking matters into his own hands.
And it might go from bad to worse. I think a card is coming in the beater game against New York.
Yeah, Christian Barnes involved in that beater play, but my goodness.
Ing goes down. Really has been dealing with a lingering injury since USQ Cup. I went down earlier in the day. Obviously, he's played tremendously through this one, so we hope it's just, just the fatigue and just taking a little bumps here and there.
And we see the return of Leo Fried as a result.
Still waiting for that call that I think happened in the beater game.
But to your point, Cody Swarma, Ing, coming up huge for New York in this game in the same way that John Jackson did and Leo Fried did earlier today. And it just speaks to the depth on this New York squad. Yeah. So impressive.
And like we said, they had to be able to rely on their depth, both because they had to play that Game 3 against Chicago, but then they only got about 25 minutes before they had to start this finals. They had no choice, and the depth has come to play. And like I said, flag catch goes San Antonio's way. The rest of the game has basically been even. It's now, if you take away the catch, 11-10, 2 teams going back-to-back. But Chris De La Fuente had the big moment, had the flag grab.
Mm-hmm. And that comes down to the excellent beater play. And it's just all interconnected. That makes our sport so beautiful.
So Christian Barnes is going to the box. A big clarification that's about to happen here from our ref is, was the quad ball already picked up by the Chasers? And it's looking like the answer is yes. So it's going to be immediately back to Luis Sanchez.
And look where it is.
Yeah, and the only player in front of him is Cody Swarn. Sorry, Fried is off to the side. Sanchez has a chance to end it right here.
I am not counting this New York defense out, though. We'll see if the veteran can do it.
Cody Swarn's going to have to be the one to make the hit. Gets faked out twice by Sanchez. Sanchez goes over Lindsay Morella, and San Antonio 1 goal away from a perfect season. 1 goal away from their first MLQ title. They take game 1, 155-100.
Wow. They put in the veteran Sanchez when they needed him, and he knew his job. He came in and he put up numbers when he had to and sealed this away for San Antonio.
Yeah, and obviously that big dunk by Stewart as well, mixed with the beater foul. When it suddenly started to get very tight there, seemed very easy to finish off for San Antonio. That's going to do it for us. We're going to go to our analyst desk in just a minute, so stay tuned, and then we'll be back for Game 2 between New York and San Antonio.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the analyst desk with me, Naresh. We just saw the end of Game 1 from the New York Titans San Antonio Soldados matchup. And I think the story of the game was very much Daniel Williams absolutely dominating every time he was on the pitch. That partnership between Daniel Williams and Baldy Nunez, whenever they were on the field, was unmatched by the New York Titans beaters. I think there's a couple factors in play. I think part of it is the fact that New York is coming off a brutal, grueling 3-game set, and I think the energy's just been super low for this Titans squad. Just seeing them up close and in person just feels like everyone is very, very exhausted. And on the flip side, as we saw earlier, the fact that San Antonio really never had to be pressing, or they never faced that same level of adversity, means that they're coming into this first game very well rested. And you saw that with Daniel Williams and Baldy Nunez playing the first 13 minutes of this series. And in that 13 minutes, they were up +3. They immediately subbed. And once they subbed, you saw Titans create that comeback, score +2 immediately. And then that's when Javi Tiarina got hurt. Unsure of the status of Javi. However, in that time frame, Chris De La Fuente was able to come in and right the ship, where they were able to get that +2 goals back with David Avila and Hayden Boyes' line with Izzy Ramirez and Catherine Hay. It's been a beautiful clinic of San Antonio's passing for the most part, where they've been able to move in and out and take advantage of the ability to spread the field. And we've seen a ton of bounce passes from David Avila, who I initially was like, oh, I don't know if you should be doing that in a finals game. You can't be throwing a possession away, but they made it work multiple times after that. And I think that sort of creativity allows this San Antonio's offense to flow very well. So we'll have to see how New York adjusts. In terms of adjustments, you need to find an answer for Daniel Williams. If you don't, he is everywhere for them, and they have not been able to get a constant and consistent point of attack. And I think if you can't face Daniel Williams straight up, it's just not going to do well for them this upcoming game 2. You saw that especially in once Daniel came back at around 19 minutes. Daniel and Baldy came back, locked down the flag runner on pitch period, and you saw Chris De La Fuente come in and catch Steven Tremple. And once the catch happened, it kind of was a wrap. You saw initial bit of momentum after the catch, where it looked like San Antonio was starting to struggle a little bit to catch. However, to finish the goals. However, that's when, again, Daniel was able to stay on, and that line of David Avila and was able to come in and finish off that game. Again, in terms of adjustments from New York, it's very much do we maybe want to be more physical against Daniel Williams? They have done a great job of cycling through most of their depth, a lot of their depth, where we're seeing multiple beater pairs come in, even in the time that San Antonio's only running maybe a line and a half at beaters. However, I think the pace at which New York is playing is allowing for Daniel Williams to stay on as long as he has, and I think that's something to watch out for, to see if maybe New York can maybe speed it up just a little bit to tire out Daniel Williams a bit more, to take advantage of the fact that when he's not on the field, they're able to get very, very good goals in and get good opportunities in. San Antonio-wise, I think you just continue what you're doing. Trust the process and allow your speed and athleticism to do the trick. They've been able to find their open passes. They're able to take a ton of open space. I think the one key thing that wasn't really going for them was the play of Hayden Boyes, which is pretty surprising, where Hayden is their head coach, but he was able to recognize that, hey, I'm not having the best of games, subbed himself off immediately, then he put himself back on and was able to contribute a bit better. But that's where I think this team, once you unlock what Hayden's able to do and start taking advantage of the fact that Izzy Ramirez is everywhere, Alyssa Villalba is everywhere, and Melena Sosa is everywhere, and Catherine Hay is making tremendous stops at hoops. Like, you have so much talent on this team that I just am very hard-pressed to believe that they won't finish it off, because I do think they've been the best team all season. However, if there's any team that can come back and showcase to the world that they are still in this, is the New York Titans. They've been in this scenario before. They were just previously in the semifinals, they lost game 1 and came back to win games 2 and 3. So we'll have to see if they can do this again. But we will come back with game 2 in just a few minutes. Thank you all for tuning in, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Hello and welcome back to Buffalo, New York. The San Antonio Soldados sit win away from making history and claiming their first ever Benepe Cup. But on the New York side, a team that has no quit, a never say die attitude, that has already been down 0-1 in a series this weekend against Chicago in the semifinals, who gave San Antonio everything they could handle. And now it'll be up to them to keep this MLQ season going. In Game 2, I'm Ethan Sturm, along with Munda Sop. Munda, what is it going to take here for New York to get a win?
New York, they're going to have to maintain their strong defense. We've seen it all day today. I've been so impressed and not giving up. They have the taste. They're the 2024 MLQ champion. They know what that feels like, and they have to keep that in mind to keep fighting through this game.
Yeah, and on the San Antonio side, Game 1 kind of began and ended with the play of Daniel Williams and Baldemir Nunez. The pair kept dodgeball control for almost the entirety of a 13-minute shift to open Game 1. And now it'll be, do they still have it in them? I saw a little yawn from Daniel Williams during the
Not a yawn.
During the pregame run-ups. Was it boredom or was it tiredness? Just looking for someone to bring it as hard as they have been bringing it all day long. Obviously, it's a deep beater core from New York, so we'll see what they have to offer. Alex Amadal, our head ref, about to get us started here in Game 2 of the MLQ Championship Finals. It's going to be John Jackson once again running up against David Avila, the 2025 MLQ South Division MVP. Of course, in the last time, it was only New York that was coming off of a back-to-back. This time, both teams are going to be playing a back-to-back, coming right off of Game 1 of this finals.
Everyone's got tired legs now. Last time, it was Avila who won the run-up, but now they're a little bit more evenly matched after coming off of a game.
Yeah, and these finals are being played under slightly different weather conditions than the majority of this weekend. It has gotten a little chilly here in Buffalo.
Yeah, wind may become a factor this game.
John Jackson and David Avila are off. This time it's tied, but once again, John Jackson wins the race. The veteran getting it done, and it's all dodgeballs with New York. Can they convert? Daniel Williams needs a throw. Misses. Leo Freed hits the lane. New York on the board immediately in Game 2.
Great opening drive for New York. That was not part of the plan, was for San Antonio to end up with 0 dodgeballs after the run-up. But New York, great way to take advantage of that.
New York got everything they could want. Now they get to put Devin Lee and Tessa Chico into the game with dodgeball control, which they could not get against Williams and Nunez for so long in Game 1. Let's see what they can do with it. Cat Hay hits the lane. Leo Freed, that's the long arms. Leo Freed's behind the play. John Jackson, Leo Freed against boys. John Jackson, 2, easy,
Wow.
20-0, New York. A completely different start than Game 1.
Yeah, New York with a lead that we did not see last game. We'll see how San Antonio responds here.
Control did switch to San Antonio importantly. So now can they start to take advantage? Avila has the ball in the back corner. Gets it across to Isabel Ramirez, but a nice beat by Devin Lee is able to shut down that offensive possession. And now New York can start to settle this game down, but settle it down with a 2-goal lead.
Mm-hmm.
John Jackson walking the ball up. Molly Potter, Morella, Jackson, and Leo Freed, the starters for New York. Avila, Hayden Boys, Kat Hay, and Isabel Ramirez, the starters for San Antonio. The beaters we've already mentioned. Patience here from New York. This possession might take as long as the first 5 possessions took in this game. Molly Potter pressured here by Nunez. Oh, Nunez forces her into a mistake. Daniel Williams explodes. Hayden Boys is going to get a chance to run out in transition. Tessa Chico is able to kick it back to Devin Lee. Oh,
wow.
But David Avila finds Isabel Ramirez in transition. It's the South MVP to the League Rookie of the Year. San Antonio's on the board in Game 2.
Great run from San Antonio there. They found their lanes, they spread out, no clumping, and they got the point from it.
Jackson walking the ball down. And once again, now the control of Williams and Nunez starting to be a problem. Morello, the ball in the corner here, and then pops it back up to Potter. Freed gets beat out of the play early. That does separate Daniel Williams from his partner, and Devin Lee's able to take control. Meanwhile, John Jackson takes advantage of the no dodgeball situation. I think Nunez got a little too aggressive, and Devin Lee has a catch on the throw from Nunez. Now Lee's looking to press.
Chico's on it.
Yes, Chico has the press succeeding. Molly Potter now might get a chance to run. This entire sequence caused by Nunez going out to get rid of Freed early on in the last possession. Devin Lee made back-to-back huge plays. Lee is saying, fool me once in game one, shame on me. You're not fooling me twice.
Absolutely not. You think you're doing a good thing, taking Leo Freed out of the play, and this is what happens.
Molly Potter now has the ball up top. Chico's asking for a specific play here on the far side.
Ramirez
spins. Isabel Ramirez says, welcome to the league, youngster. Puts it through. 4-1 New York. What a different start to game two this has been. Though in a big moment here, I think Daniel Williams might have just taken dodgeball control. Devin Lee has to try to make a desperation beat. Now it's Avila in the lane. Shot goes low, though. And once again, it's going to be that New York defense you talked about. There were no dodgeballs again, but they keep finding these stops.
Absolutely incredible. Blackwell in now.
Leo Freed's going to be bringing the ball up, a 4-1 lead. Yeah, now we're starting to see some quad ball subs from San Antonio. Last time they relied on these beaters for so long. Are the legs just a little more tired? Are they just a little less sharp, or has it just been the play of Chico and Lee? I think you could definitely argue that is the case.
It very well could be.
Mike Lee goes for a screen. Leo Freed goes top bar and down. This New York offense is suddenly popping.
They found something in the intermission that they weren't exploiting in game one, and they are using it now.
Yeah. 5-minute mark. It is 5-1 New York. It is all New York. Jay Stewart now in the game. Tries to get across to Blackwood. Devin Lee, another beat. Now Leo Freed looking to run. Daniel Williams is out of position. Trying to hustle back. Freed gets it across to Potter. Potter bobbles once, bobbles twice.
Oh my gosh.
Just a missed opportunity as Isabel Ramirez is going to come up with it. Leo Freed looking for the strip. Isabel Ramirez, a spin move.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wow.
Leo Freed's going to come off broom. Disappointment in his face there. Now Jay Stewart's going to get a chance.
San Antonio. Spin. Blackwood.
Yeah. Finally, out of the chaos comes a goal for Matt Blackwood, stemming the bleeding for San Antonio. Subs coming in for New York. Devin Lee and Chico sub out. Jason Rosenberg, Vincenzo's Chico into the game. At least they haven't been playing on lines together. That just makes it more confusing.
Yeah. Chico and Chico.
Lee over to Freed. Over to Lee.
Ooh,
Lee a bobble. A little bit slobby from New York on the last couple of possessions.
Rosenberg going hard on Williams with Chico pumping.
Yep. Williams now going to make a throw on Leo Freed. Freed's shot goes high. Daniel Williams makes a beat. It's going to be no dodgeballs once again. Now Williams just juggling the three.
All the dodgeballs on San Antonio's side.
Yeah, Nunez isn't going to pick up theirs, so that they can't even make an immunity claim as Jay Stewart slams one home. 2-0 run here for San Antonio.
Jay Stewart able to find the open lane on New York side. Typically, their chasers have been able to stop plays like that. Jay Stewart just too strong this time.
Still juggling three dodgeballs here. Now Daniel throws one away. They both pick up. Williams looking to press. Pass goes across to Ing. Ing gets it up to Anna Blanchfield. Blanchfield pressured by Blackwood, has to fire it high. Easy stop there for San Antonio. Everything changed in an instant, and as Nunez and Daniel Williams has now started to assert the pressure and control they had in game one.
I don't think that yawn was any indication of physical tiredness at all.
I think that is totally fair. Another 7-minute shift from the pair, 7.5 minute now almost. Beat there. Chico is able to make a beat on Villalba, and Byron Ings will be able to make the stop in the meantime. New York just needs to settle this game back down now because Daniel Williams and Nunez have been dictating the pace. As I say that, though, Mike Lee goes flying. Chico takes a beat attempt. They're going to have to slow it down. The press is going to come again. Oh, Lindsay Moreau gets a pass all the way to Ing. Oh, it's a huge hit.
Huge
from
hit
Blackwood.
from Blackwood. And we do have a foul on that play.
Yeah, at minimum, it's an injury timeout. Huge hit from Blackwood. I think it was going to be an Ing goal otherwise.
Otherwise, yes. That pass across the hoops from Lindsay Morella, I didn't have a good angle on it. I didn't see who was over there to receive it, but wow.
Yeah, it was Ing, and I don't know how the passes and shots that Morella finds against pressure. It's one of the many skills that make Morella one of the better players that's ever played the game.
Yeah.
Her ability to improvise against those presses. Teams that have Lindsay Morella just are so hard to press, as you know, the San Antonians found out a number of times here.
Yeah, she's definitely taken advantages of some opportunities where they've been out of place or someone just getting into place at the right time.
Yep. So yeah, we're just gonna have a break here for the injury timeout. As you know, we send it back over to the desk for a minute while we're waiting for that to get sorted out. But yeah, I mean, New York, to their credit, backs against the wall, came out playing completely differently than they did in game one, and their offense really clicking in a way that you could argue we haven't seen all day, or maybe just in spurts at times against Chicago.
Yes, their offense clicking and their defense just staying the same, and it's great to see that part of their game not go anywhere.
Yeah, and I think what will kind of be interesting to see is like this basically timeout that's being created by the unfortunate injury situation. Does this mean that Daniel Williams and Nunez are just going to extend their shift even longer because they're basically getting their sub-out time without any game time going by? It's kind of crazy how much they've played in this game.
Yeah. I mean, I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think we're seeing them. I don't think they're going to go anywhere after this break in action. And this is a great opportunity for San Antonio to get a little bit of rest, and honestly for both teams to get a little rest, but just come in and maybe talk about how they're going to switch up their game. They're down 2 right now, and see what happens as it was
Ing's going to be helped off. Yep. But yeah, obviously on the New York side, they had only recently subbed out their first line, so they also have the option to get back to their first line now a little faster than they maybe otherwise would have. Game is at the 6-minute mark. It's 5-3 already. But yeah, I mean, like we said, just an incredible all-around MLQ championships we have had. Series after series that has been a nail-biter. Our play-in bracket, I thought, was a lot of teams kind of really reaching the peaks of their season. So many good young teams in this league right now, and the growth we're seeing through a year. I mean, I know you've had a lot of history, you know, around the Cleveland program. That's a program that's kind of going through a renaissance. All those players kind of coming out of these colleges, this Case Western program that has kind of taken so many leaps and bounds. So a lot to be excited about as MLQ moves into its 11th year.
Yeah, I spoke with some members of Cleveland Riff yesterday after they had been eliminated, and it just expressed to them, they're the newer players to this team, a couple players from Pitt, just how proud they should be of themselves and what they've accomplished this year.
Yeah, obviously winning their first series in quite some time, and their star player, Joe Lombardi, was the leading scorer in the league, got the YouTube Fan Favorite Award during our closing ceremonies.
Well deserved. Alex Amadal getting us back started here. Leo Freed in replace of Byron Ing.
Yeah, Daniel Williams forces Rosenberg back to hoops without so much as throwing their dodgeball. Now goes for 1.5. Big hit on Chico.
Oh, no dodgeball. Oh, yeah, Chico's got a dodgeball.
Yeah, the timing was just a little off. Oh, and
wow.
Jay Stewart gets clipped in the leg, but Villalba keeps the play alive.
Sousa can't quite get hands on it.
Yeah, and Leo Freed's going to be able to pick it up. Freed,
He's
like
got
we
a
said,
chance.
able to.
Not against 2 dodgeballs, he doesn't.
But Freed's able to extend their shift as well because of that lengthy timeout. Actually, I think they were the injury sub back in for.
He was,
Ing.
yeah.
Yep. Oh, Rosenberg almost had a catch there.
Almost there.
Oh, but I think Leo Freed just has to throw. Nope. Gets it to Morella. Like we said, this is where Morella can be so dangerous. She knows the exact limitations against the press. Gets it across to Anna Blanchfield. Blanchfield hit hard by Jay Stewart.
Not a lot of time for Blanchfield to react there. San Antonio taking advantage of having both of those dodgeballs on defense as they've done so many times.
Sanchez now into the game for the first time here. A little past 9 minutes of game time. 5-3 the score. It was 5-1. SA started to get the advantage on the backs of their beaters, who once again have control here. Sanchez gets it across to Sosa. Misbeat there by Daniel Williams in the corner. Now it's going to be pressure by Chico. High pass to Sanchez. Now it's briefly Chico who makes another long beat. No, this one does not land on Jay Stewart. Stewart looking to go past Leo Freed.
Wow.
And scores. A pair that faced off in back-to-back college championships just a few years ago between Harvard and UTSA. Nunez presses once again. The press is just getting relentless here from Williams and Nunez.
They said, we're not tired. We're actually going to show you how tired we are not and press up on you. New York able to keep that drive alive, though.
Tate K now checking the game for the first time alongside Chico, who's playing their second shift. Morella has the ball in the corner. Goes up to Lee. Lee drives. Oh,
wow.
But Luis Sanchez reads the pass like a book. Leo Freed's going to get beat. It's just going to be another turnover, more dominance in the beater game. And now here, running in transition is Sanchez. Sanchez, who had the
Chico's
game winner
got a
in game one. Oh, but the ball gets back in time. Leo Freed.
Wrapped by Sanchez.
Yep. And Daniel Williams once again is in the play. Another press. Oh, the
Blanchfield.
home run balls to Anna Blanchfield.
Wow.
But Nunez just gets there in time. But again, how does Lindsay Morello keep finding these passes?
I don't know. I don't know. And I wish I did. Both so I could explain it here and so I could have done that during my playing days.
Yeah, I mean, it's just years of experience and just a great ball knowledge. Miguel Esparza now checking into the game and going around Mike Lee, hitting the lane hard, finding Luis Sanchez. Sanchez zips a shot.
Able to find it.
Yeah, Morello had been beat out of the play, right? Perfect timing from Soldados. It is a 4-0 run for the Soldados. They even this game up at 5.
Coming out of that extended break, the Soldados really came out with more energy. They definitely talked about some sort of plan to get themselves back in this game, and now we're tied.
Chico and Kay, though, did come out of that play for the first time in their shift with dodgeball control. And as we said, Nunez and Williams have played a lot of minutes.
They sure have.
Starting line now back in. Molly Potter, John Jackson checking in. Ryan Leary, though, is also going to come in from Rella. So not a full starting line here for New York. John Jackson gets the ball up top with space. Leary was looking for a screen, but gets beat out by Williams. Williams just kind of everywhere on this pitch. Freed's being given a lot of space here, now being checked by Williams. Freed's just going to walk into a corner, waiting for Leary to check back in. Nunez just trying to frazzle the beaters from New York. Freed is being pressured by Villalba. Potter all the way up to John Jackson. John Jackson has nobody to pass to. And Miguel Esparza, the soccer player, going for the kick goal. Can't get it to go.
We've got a beater scrum on San Antonio's side of the pitch.
And it did not go New York's way. Leo Freed has the hand up to John Jackson.
Take
your time getting across half field here. Oh, but a call is going to come against San Antonio. So New York might be getting back that control that they've worked so hard for.
Nunez on that last defense, working so hard, just trying to force the pair of Kay and Chico to throw, and them being the disciplined beaters and veteran beaters that they are, just not throwing, not giving him anything to work with to try and get control back. Eventually they did something and resulted in some dramatic beater play on San Antonio's side.
Yeah, it seemed like I think Nunez was as as the chaos was happening with Miguel Esparza's kick, which had to be pressured by Tessa Chico,
Absolutely.
Nunez looked like got a wrap on Tate K, and then Daniel Williams got there first. But then exchanges around Tessa Chico, I don't know what.
Okay. Unsporting conduct, San Antonio bench. That's sending.
Yeah, so team gets to
Sosa.
choose who's going to go to the box on a bench foul. It's going to be Sosa. Importantly, though, that doesn't turn over the dodgeball control, which is what we thought might have been involved there. John Jackson bringing the ball down here. Does have a chaser advantage. Opens up a shooting lane. John Jackson makes the most of it. For the first time in almost 10 minutes, New York gets on the board. It's 6-5.
I think everyone knew John Jackson was taking that shot. Chase their advantage. There was no way that ball was leaving his hands without going through a hoop.
Yeah. And now we're approaching 15 minutes, and it's been Nunez and Williams the whole time. Some of the longest beater shifts I have ever seen at the highest level of quadball.
Incredible. And what could be the final game of MLQ Championship.
Shot
Molly
by Liz
Potter.
Sanchez. Molly Potter slamming the door, and then it's a free transition goal. Sorry, I should have said free. Miguel Esparza had their
Esparza was
opportunity.
there.
Yeah.
But it was 2-on-1.
Yes. And Leo Freyd said, I'll do this one myself. Extends the lead to 7-5, a quick 2-0 run. Esparza now taking advantage of no dodgeball opportunity. Goes ring around the rosy and
Puts
finally
New York
finds
defense in the spin cycle on that one.
Yeah, finally finds the near hoop to finish. 7-6. Devin Lee now checking back into the game.
Cutting the deficit to 1 as we pass the 15-minute mark.
And Daniel Williams has subbed out of the game. In fairness, Vladimir Nunez has still not subbed out of the game. Chris De La Fuente takes an exchange with Devin Lee. Lee trying to use their speed to get control. Can't do it there. John Jackson has the ball up top. Chris De La Fuente with a press. Ryan Leary has the ball behind.
Blocked.
Miguel Esparza shoots down, but I believe it's going to be black ball.
It should be.
Ryan
with the
Leary,
ball.
though, has nobody to inball to. Inbound to. Everyone else is beat. Leary just has to throw it back to
Yeah.
Esparza.
She doesn't have much of an option there.
All three other quadball players are beat.
Wow.
Yeah, kick might have been the only option, if we're being honest.
Yeah. Or maybe just step in and let it go at the back line.
Yeah.
Give her more time to run back.
Yep. Sanchez over to Esparza. 7-6 now the score. Miguel Esparza in the lane.
Wow.
Miguel Esparza finishes through Ryan Leary. We're not up at 7.
Beautiful cut by Esparza. Sanchez just getting rid of that quad ball right in time.
Molly Potter dodged that beat. I think that may have been the wrong play because now her team's only dodgeball just went caroming off field.
Uh-oh.
16-minute mark, all not up at 7.
Lee there to protect.
Morel has the ball in the back corner. Over to Freed. Freed all the way up to Jackson. Freed is beat out of the play.
We saw that not work out for San Antonio before.
Yeah, this time, though, Crystal Fuente a little faster on it.
Could be a little bit different.
Though there is a call coming against San Antonio, so maybe it didn't work out. Jackson over to Morella.
New York could really just take their
Yeah, it's
time
a
here.
free
They have
play.
the advantage.
Morella rips high. Doesn't get it to go. Now the refs are going to talk about it.
I personally didn't see anything. The ARs have way more eyes and way better views than I do, so we'll see what they come up with here.
Yes, so this game's been a game of runs. It was 5-1 out the gate for New York. It felt like we were headed for game 3, but Daniel Williams and Nunez started to take over. San Antonio worked their way all the way back to 5-5. A quick 2-0 run from New York was immediately met with a quick 2-0 run from San Antonio. That's how we got here, 7-7 at the 16:34 mark.
I think all that tells us is we can't count either of these teams out at any point in this series.
San Antonio bench can't seem to keep quiet, and it means they keep playing with a player disadvantage.
San Antonio bench. And we shouldn't laugh. The crowd over here desperately wanting to know what was said.
Potter's going to slow it down. We saw how easy it was for John Jackson to score the last time they had a player advantage.
Ball back in his hands,
Yeah,
as
this time,
expected.
though, there might be more of a press opportunity. Devin Lee can't make that catch. Now John Jackson in the lane.
Ooh.
Goes high to Morella. Morella's cutting a little too close.
Goes for a different look, but we have another foul on the San Antonio side. So,
At this point, I don't know how it could be anything, but unless it's like a third dodgeball interference, I feel like it has to be another unsportsmanlike conduct call.
I don't know. We do have a player heading to the bench.
Luis Sanchez knows what they did, whatever that was.
Yes. Illegal
Okay,
slot.
this one was actually within the course of play. So it's going to be a double player disadvantage here for San Antonio.
Another opportunity for New York here after they more or less squandered that last drive.
Now, but because of the blue card in the beater game, I think there's not going to be a quad ball turnover.
Okay.
Because Miguel Esparza has been sent to inbound in the corner. So it is just Cat Hay and Hayden Boys in the quad ball game now for San Antonio. They're going to try to take their sweet time.
Yes.
The San Antonio penalty box getting a little overloaded.
It's getting crowded over there.
Yeah. Teo Fuente ushering in. The only good thing is they have control, which makes stalling it out a little easier.
A little bit easier. We've got Viaba back in the game.
Yep.
So now 3-on-4 in the quad ball game.
Yeah, she was always serving the 30-second unsportsmanlike one. John Jackson needs to make a stop on Esparza.
Ooh.
Play goes loose. Shakti Koswaran, the freshest legs
Cody
out there,
Swarma.
gets there first. Just has to beat Sanchez. Finds Potter. Potter
Potter
shot.
shoots.
Oh, Potter can't get it to go.
Ooh.
And Koswaran knows they put every last effort into that play. Really would have loved to get the goal.
Sanchez coming back in at the right time to prevent that fast break opportunity from New York.
Yep. So now back to full strength. San Antonio kills the penalties. We remain knotted up at 7. Almost 18 minutes into game 2 here. San Antonio just needs the win to clinch the title.
Fresh legs in Hayden Boys now for San Antonio.
Cat Hay has the ball up top.
She sees something.
Gets
Wow.
it. The alley-oop to those fresh legs that got high. San Antonio leads for the first time in game 2.
We're just
Yeah, no dodgeballs. David Fuente doesn't have one. Lee goes over to Potter. Potter's going to go to Morella. Morella has to drive. Corner sworn, but now David Fuente has it. Deflection goes to Lee. Potter's going to be the one to track that down. Running out of options, no. I think there's going to be called a turnover.
okay. We're nearing the 19-minute mark as San Antonio wants to try to extend this lead.
Yeah, Hayden Boys walking it down. Sosa with the ball. And it's back to Avila. Avila,
Ooh,
you saw it
too
there,
much
but
traffic.
so did New York. Oh, but a lot of beats. Avila stays alive in the play. Hayden
Somehow-
Boys has 2 in a matter of seconds. San Antonio is starting to feel it.
Somehow San Antonio made that happen. They did not give up on that play. Balls were flying. There were balls on the ground. Incredible work from Hayden Boys.
But importantly, New York has control, and we know how patient this team can be. Can they get it to 20 minutes? Can they give their seekers the first shots, possibly a way back into this game? Potter walking it in. Potter and Morella have played so many minutes this weekend.
Oh, my
So many
goodness.
minutes today alone. It's game 5 of the day for New York. Potter in the lane. Potter shoots. Avila all over that.
Ooh.
And Potter, I think, is going
Potter's
to get a card
going to
for
get the
dangerous kick.
card for that. Either dangerous kick or a charge type situation. She did go after the body and not the belt on that.
Also going to be questions about timing. I assume this happened before the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, I did not hear Alex Amadal call for 20 minutes.
Right. But our refs will get this all sorted out. An Amadal-led crew, but great refs all up and down it. We've got Ryan Sue, Matt Melton, and Neves Jairam in the AR slots. Chris Lecomte handling the SR duties. Stephen Tremple, the flag runner for this finals.
Maybe the most stacked ref crew we could have asked for here. Like you said, dangerous kick on Molly Potter there. Okay.
So we do hit the 20-minute mark.
Hit the 20-minute mark.
You know, I might not be Alex Amadal, but I've done my fair deal of refereeing the days. I sometimes can call the fouls. But yeah, like we said, it was New York. It was all New York for those first few minutes. But to credit of a young San Antonio team, they righted the ship. They didn't lose confidence, and they go into the seeker period up 2 goals.
Yeah, good on them for keeping their heads on through a New York team that came in hot in those first few minutes. And they're rewarded for it. And so they're coming in 2 up. They caught the flag last game. And it looks like, and I don't recall, but I do believe New York has dodgeball control going into the second period.
And we are ready to break the huddles. We might be playing the final flag runner period of MLQ 2025. Would be the case if San Antonio can put 6 more points on the board. But New York, a team that has had a never say die mentality all season long, had to go to 3 games against Boston to win the East Division title, won that game 3, had to come back from an 0-1 deficit against Chicago, won that game 2 and that game 3, backs up against the wall in game 2, and now a chance to do it once more. Might need to start in the flag runner game where Kellen Cupid is going to get the start, and a player that we have not seen very much in the yellow headband in recent years, Jay Stewart, will be getting the start. The self-proclaimed semi-retired seeker is going to be taking it on for the Soldados.
We'll see how he does for the Soldados here.
Hidden Boys walking it down. Obviously, probably the person who made that call in the Seeker game as the team's head coach. TK and Chico will definitely get the first beat off. It's going to be Kellen Cupid running it in, taking the beat. Oh, Avila gets stuffed by Mike Lee. Ball on the ground. Remember, Molly Potter is still serving that penalty. So it's 4-on-3 in the
Oh, and we have a dodgeball control switch as Jay Stewart is going in.
Jay Stewart makes a move. Meanwhile, it's a goal for Avila. Stewart getting all the time here. Chico and Kay can't get there. Williams wins another exchange. TK just kicked their ball and get away again. Oh, Jay Stewart's getting closer and closer.
He has so much time with this flag runner.
Jay Stewart beat before that one.
Excellent
now
beat,
back in the game.
TK. Excellent beat.
John Jackson goes in the lane, gets it over to Mike Lee. Mike Lee, though, is blocked. A really nice push there by Avila. It's going to be San Antonio ball. Chance to add to the lead. Jay Stewart, more time. Meanwhile, it's a pileup in the quad ball game.
Ball on the ground that's passed out.
Yeah, Avila is able to keep the possession going.
Oh, Jay Stewart with a hand on it. Chico coming in.
Oh, and that
Chico
could be
not
it. Jay
getting
Stewart
there in time.
might put San Antonio Soldados on championship doorstep.
Chico was 1 second away from getting the beat on Jay Stewart there.
We're going to need to wait for the official
For
call.
the confirmation.
But obviously, Jay Stewart deserves a lot of credit for the catch.
Wow.
But how about the performance of Nunez and Williams? Jay Stewart and Stephen Tremple were on an island together for the better part of a minute and a half.
Incredible work. They didn't have dodgeball control to start. An amazing catch by Nunez. Changed dodgeball control into San Antonio's favor, and Jay Stewart rewarded them for their hard work.
If the catch is good, it will only be 2 more goals needed for San Antonio to become the 4th franchise in MLQ history to win a title. They can feel it now.
Still not counting New York out. They've been here already today.
Ball's going to be in the hands of Mike Lee, so New York is going to get the first offensive possession. But it is against, once again, the control of Nunez and Williams. Stop me if you've heard that one in this finals. Lee walking the ball down. Gets it over to Morella. Morella pops it to Freed. Oh, and Hayden Boyes is jumping in the passing lane just a second late. But now the next pass goes wise. Mike Lee, a little back heel to keep it in play. I think Sosa went over there and made a hit. Sosa goes down hard. Lee shoots. And it is going to cross half field. It is going to be a turnover.
Wow. New York offense passing around, but things sort of just falling apart on that play. Tate K with his fist up.
Hayden Boyes driving the lane. Leo
Freed!
One last time for good measure, but Avila gets the rebound, goes for the no-look over the back pass. A little too cheeky there, and New York's able to get the stop.
Leo Freed just saying, not yet, not today, I'm not done.
Again, it's going to be a press opportunity, I think, for San Antonio here. Daniel Williams just waiting for Leo Freed to cross half. Leo Freed launches one long to John Jackson. Jackson has to get by Esparza, does so. Jackson hits the lane. A big yank there from Esparza, and then Daniel Williams is able to clean it up. Now Esparza wants to run in transition.
He wants to run, decides to pull back. New York, admittedly, not a lot that they could do with that play. John Jackson doing his best, but San Antonio's numbers just too strong against him on that.
Soldados, for the second time, needing those last couple goals, go to their most veteran pair, Sanchez and Esparza. Sanchez in the lane, shoots high. Izzy Ramirez has the rebound. Izzy Ramirez
and the
scores.
finish from the Rookie of the Year.
One more goal needed for the San Antonio Soldados here. And once again, Daniel Williams is pressing. The man catches the beat from Devin Lee. Beats John Jackson. Luis Sanchez has nobody to beat. Sanchez.
Hoops down.
Leo Freed knocks one
and
over.
He's got it.
It's not going to matter. Goal is good. Game is over. Sanchez scores. Soldados, how about MLQ champions?
San Antonio Soldados, the 2025 MLQ champions. First time in franchise history.
What a performance top to bottom. We can talk about the veterans, you know, the Sanchez's and the Esparzas that when they needed the last couple goals could get it done. We can talk about the youth, Isabel Ramirez, who had the second to last goal playing in her first season of quad ball. The young core of Avila and Hayden Boyes who start for this team and provide so much in the offensive game. But ultimately, if you have to talk about this series, you have to talk about Daniel Williams and Baldemir Nunez because they controlled this series from start to finish, probably put in 45 minutes of game time across 2 games. They ultimately are the reason that the San Antonio Soldados have won an MLQ championship.
Absolutely. Co-MVPs of that series, Nunez and Williams. They deserve it.
And a lot of support from their South Division counterparts. You know, it's been a long time coming. A lot of history, obviously, in the Austin Outlaws program. But up until this year, the San Antonio Soldados program could never cross the threshold of even making a finals. They became only the 5th franchise to ever do that a few hours ago when they beat Minneapolis. And now they go undefeated the entire season, and the San Antonio Soldados are your 2025 champions.
Incredible. And it's great to see that show of support from the South Division rivals there.
We are going to sign off here from MLQ Championships. For myself and Melinda, for everybody who has worked for us this weekend. Huge contributions from Ben Mertens and Darren Bell as well in the commentary game. Harry Clark behind the scenes running the streams. Miguel Esparza, our digital media head. Michael Rodriguez, who is working cameras, doing everything for us. We thank you guys for watching. We are going to get going from this one. For myself and Melinda, take care. Your San Antonio Soldados 2025 MLQ champs.